Women's Liberation, Our Approach. Communist Party of India, Marxist-Leninist, People's War. High Tide Publications. First edition, 2024. Website, hightidebooks.wordpress.com.
Note from Audiobook Maker. Thanks to High Tide Publications for this release of CPI ML PW book on women's liberation. If you want a physical copy or PDF, go visit their page, which can be found in the description.
Historical background. What was the CPI MLPW? The Communist Party of India, Marxist-Leninist, People's War, commonly known as the People's War Group or the PWG, was a major faction of the Indian Communist movement that existed between 1980 and 2004, after which it merged with the Maoist Communist Centre, MCC, and formed the Communist Party of India, Maoist, or CPI, Maoist, which today is hardly disputed as India's largest and most effective revolutionary force. The PWG was a major organization in the history of the Indian People's War, wherein peasants residing in the countryside wage an agrarian revolution through armed struggle, slowly building up large base areas where the people govern themselves and eliminate the influence of the state and the exploiting classes. Supported by the mass organizations in both the city and rural areas, the People's War is intended to eventually encircle the cities, where the enemy classes are most entrenched, and finally seize political power for the exploited people over the capitalist and landlord classes, as well as over their reactionary state. To this end, the PWG leaves behind an incredible legacy of armed struggle, anti-revisionism, and strategic and tactical clarity amidst dire conditions. This organization also represents a key link within the continuous struggles that connect the birth of the Indian communist movement to the modern day. The progress made by the PWG allows its legacy to stand out above many other revolutionary parties and organizations of its time during a period of worldwide theoretical confusion, political degeneration, and organizational splintering within. The World Revolutionary Movement. The worldwide process of splintering, experimentation, and reconsolidation that is seen in this period can be observed within India's own revolutionary history by analyzing the origins and achievements of the PWG. The history of communists in India organizing peasants for armed struggle can be traced back at least to the 1940s, during which peasants staged armed revolts against landlords in Telangana from 1946 to 1951 under the leadership of the Communist Party of India, CPI. These revolts were a culmination of decades of particularly severe feudal exploitation, sharpened considerably by both the global revolutionary upsurge seen in the post-World War period, as well as by the massive food shortages that were brought about immediately following the Second Imperialist World War. The nominal transfer of power from the British to the independent Indian state in 1947 brought about further confusion and disorientation in regards to how to proceed with the Indian Revolution, and two schools of thought would form within the CPI that would eventually closely mirror the political divide between the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, CPSU, and the Communist Party of China, CPC, in the 1960s. In 1948, as the Telangana Peasant Rebellion was being pared down by CPI leadership, an infamous polemic known as the Andhra Letter, originating from communists operating within the Andhra Pradesh region, explicitly called for the continuation and expansion of a protracted People's War, PPW, which was the method of armed struggle that carried the Chinese people to a socialist victory in 1949. The Andhra Letter represents one of the earliest examples of a clear Maoist trend emerging within the CPI. When the CPI withdrew completely from the armed rebellion in 1951, the reversal of policy became the source of profound resentment from both frontline cadre and various sections of middle leadership who considered the retreat a sheer betrayal. This was punctuated with the Madurai Congress of the CPI in 1953, wherein the CPI's parliamentary path and capitulatory orientation towards the Indian bourgeoisie was further calcified.
At the Madurai Congress of the CPI, the adoption of a parliamentary path and the characterization of Jawaharlal Nehru as the representative of the progressive bourgeoisie were formally recognized. At the same time, the inter-party struggle waged by the radicals took on a more pronounced characteristic of what would be called anti-revisionism. The leadership, fascinated by the gains achieved in the general elections, 1952, began to dream of forming an alternative opposition government by peaceful means. The leadership was also enchanted by the gradual shifting of the policy of the Nehru government from a pro-Anglo-American orientation to a stance of non-alignment. Thus, argued the radicals, the CPI policy drifted more and more towards parliamentary politics, which finally found a formal expression by being incorporated in the documents of the Madurai Congress, December 1953 to January 1954.
Tensions between the left and right factions within the CPI would be even further intensified, as they would become a reflection of the two factions that would emerge in the global communist movement following the infamous 20th Congress of the CPSU, where in 1956 the revisionist Nikita Khrushchev would denounce his predecessor, Joseph Stalin, as well as his key contributions to socialist construction and Marxism-Leninism generally, following the Soviet leader's untimely death in 1953. Khrushchev's denunciation speech and reversal of core socialist policies at the 20th CPSU Congress would spark immediate outrage across the revolutionary world and become a driving force behind the Sino-Soviet split. The ensuing great debate between the Communist Party of China and the Communist Party of the Soviet Union separated the communist world into its left and right camps.
The 20th Congress of the CPSU was marked by Khrushchev's doctrine of peaceful transition, peaceful competition, and peaceful coexistence, and the international ideological great debate chiefly led by the two rivals, the CPSU and the CPC. Under the influence of the Soviet doctrine, one section of the CPI leadership drifted towards an ideological position which was branded by the extremists of the party as revisionism. These radical extremists sided with the leftist section of the CPI leadership, which subscribed to a more or less pro-China view, while the rightists showed their allegiance to the CPSU. Thus, the radicals started criticizing both the CPSU and the CPI leadership, and also condemned the Soviet attempts toward de-Stalinization.
As was the case across the revolutionary world, the carrying out of the great debate over the next decade would only further entrench the two trends within the CPI, leading to irreconcilable differences in theory, tactics, strategy, and principles. In 1964, the Communist Party of India, Marxist, or CPI-M, was formed, splitting away from the CPI over questions of its alignment with the CPSU under the revisionist Khrushchev, as well as conflicting interpretations over the current role being played by the Indian bourgeoisie. The rights within the CPI believed the Indian bourgeoisie to essentially be progressive and called for a national democratic revolution under a national democratic font, NDF, while the lefts, who would go on to form the CPI-M, believed the Indian bourgeoisie to essentially be reactionary, increasingly tied to foreign imperialist forces, and called for a People's Democratic Revolution under what they termed a United Democratic Front, UDF. The UDF strategy necessarily entailed greater tactical and strategic independence from the guidelines laid down by the CPSU at the time. The approach of the left opposition to the rightist CPI was informed by a general rebuke of Khrushchevite revisionism, though the severity and intensity of said rebukes varied considerably between members of the newly formed CPI-M. While many rights of the CPI positioned themselves in support of the Soviet Union during the Sino-Soviet split, the left opposition and subsequent CPI-M nominally took up a Maoist line, presenting a large portrait of Mao at the 1964 Tenali Convention, and criticizing the CPI for not taking a firm, pro-Chinese position against the CPSU in the Great Debate. By the time of the split, the lefts within the CPI had grown in influence in the preceding decade, and following the official split, the CPI-M quickly became the dominant party, taking with it the vast majority of the CPI's hardline militants and radicals at the time. These radicals included one Charu Mazumdar, sometimes written as Majumdar, who had been an active critic of the rights as well as the parliamentary lefts since the Madurai Convention.
During 6-13 April 1958, the Special Fifth Party Congress was held at Amritsar, which made the formal proclamation of the party's allegiance to the peaceful transition thesis, and the new party constitution incorporated it in its preamble. From this time, the CPI was almost vertically split into the pro-UDF, United Democratic Front, and the pro-NDF, National Democratic Front sections, the latter represented by the rightist leadership. Charu Majumdar, who attended the Amritsar Congress, was strongly opposed to the NDF line and supported the UDF, and also, along with most of the Darjeeling Party organization, repudiated Khrushchev. Majumdar, it is said, was so fed up with the revisionism of the party that while attending the party congress, he did not take any notes of the meetings. He had by now developed a tremendous hatred towards the party leadership. However, despite being representing the more radical faction from the split, the theoretical leadership of the CPI-M degenerated rapidly. And at its very first Central Committee (CC) meeting from June 12, 1966, a decision was made to begin seeking electoral alliances with progressive parliamentary parties, with the question of resuming the armed struggle that had ended in the 1950s being struck down in the process. This decision enraged many radicals within the CPI-M, who became disillusioned with the new party's ideological weaknesses, despite it being the left opposition to the original CPI.
While the electoralist degeneration of the new party's leadership sparked outrage internally and across the anti-revisionist world, there were cadre of the newly formed CPI-M who had already been working tirelessly for decades in the rural regions of India, and certain experienced persons within the party had developed a keen understanding of the situation faced by Indian peasants during the mid to late 1960s. Many peasants in the communist areas of operation were of Adivasi caste and of tribal origin, and faced both class and caste oppression from big landlords in cooperation with the independent Indian government. Most of the peasant population was landless and held in bondage under brutal renters' contracts in which basic agricultural equipment was leased to them in exchange for a massive share of the crop yield that was to be surrendered to the landlords. Between incidents of illegal land grabs by zamindars, cycles of severe indebtedness brought about by land contract interest rates, violent repression, and thefts done in retaliation for failing to pay the landlord's fees, as well as other predatory activities, many peasants were not left with enough food to feed themselves or their families. In the 1960s, during which the Indian government systematically neglected a growing famine across the country, these conditions saw confrontations and disputes over predatory land contracts become much more common, and the impotency of the CPI-M's participation in said government through its electoral path became clearer to a widening section of its members. The conditions for a major rebuke of the landlord class and of the revisionist sections of the Indian communist movement were becoming increasingly ripe during this time, and Comrade Charu Mazumdar acted as a leading figure and visionary for the growing internal opposition to the CPI-M. During the mid-1960s, Mazumdar began joining up with other hardliners within the party to discuss plans and strategies for greater militancy in the organization of India's peasant population. The hardliners' pro-Chinese positions on strategy, tactics, alliances, and anti-revisionism resonated with a growing section of the CPI-M, and the immediacy of the task of more militant peasant organizing had now overshadowed the importance of the party's election campaign in the eyes of many comrades. Soon, a distinct faction formed around people such as Kanu Sanyal, Jangal Santhal, and Charu Mazumdar himself at the helm. As his faction rapidly developed and matured, Mazumdar held firm in many of his unique tactical and theoretical positions. While several of these lines would be challenged by his comrades and successors in the years to come, at this point in the struggle, he was known for laying down only 4 non-negotiable conditions of unity in order to join his faction. They were as follows.
1. Acceptance of Mao Zedong, as opposed to Khrushchev, as the leader of the world revolution, and acceptance of Marxism. Leninism Mao Zedong thought as the highest form of communist ideology at the time. 2. Belief that a revolutionary situation did in fact exist in every corner of India. 3. Acceptance of area-wide seizure of power as the only path for advancing the Indian Revolution. 4. Acceptance of guerrilla warfare as the only means to the area-wide seizure of power.
In addition to his later magnum opus entitled The Historic 8 Documents, these 4 prerequisites and their organizational implications would go on to lay the foundation for the Maoist movement in India today. In the spring of 1967, in a small village in Darjeeling, West Bengal known as Naxalbari, some 150 peasants armed with bows, tools, and spears, led by Mazumdar's faction, seized the entire stock of paddy, reported 11,000 koos, from a local landlord's granary, leaving absolutely none left for the landlord to claim. Over the coming months, peasant communities united with Mazumdar's faction and forces inspired by their rebellion would occupy lands, seize crops, raid landlord offices, and burn contract agreements. Rudimentary peasants' committees were established to organize communities for the seizure of land, crops, and arms. The landlords quickly retaliated, sometimes through the employ of private enforcers, and at other times through the police, who took the side of the landlords despite countless evidence of illegal business practices imposed upon the peasants and workers. After a series of small clashes between peasant masses and landlords began demanding the police arrest anyone who steps onto their fields. This was discovered by the peasant activists and their families, who spied on landlord fields after members of their communities left to work the fields and did not return. When Naxalbari spies discovered the police kidnapping and questioning anyone they found under the direct instruction of the landlords, the rebellion took on a much more violent and clandestine character. Peasant groups began organizing themselves into underground militias, indicating that the strategic and political influence of Charu Mazumdar's faction was growing in regards to the overall direction of the Naxalbari uprising, as it would later be known. Organized peasants march against landlords during the Naxalbari uprising. On May 23, 1967, a contingent of police came to an organized peasant community to arrest the leaders behind their actions. After a prolonged confrontation with the community, arrows were shot at the lead police inspector, who died at the scene. On May 25, 1967, a larger contingent of police returned, who were confronted by organized peasants arriving with crude arms in hand. During the ensuing clash, the police fired upon the peasants, killing 9 people, including 2 children. The armed struggle in the countryside greatly intensified, with further seizures of land, crops, and arms by the peasants, followed by brutal responses meted out by the Indian police. Within the CPI, Marxist, Mazumdar's faction were labeled as American agents, wreckers, and potential spies sent to destabilize the communist-led coalition government in the region. The revolutionary upsurge of the Naxal movement, coinciding with the Great Proletarian Cultural Revolution, GPCR, in China, disrupted the friendly relations between the CPI-M and the CPC, the latter of which firmly supported the Charu Mazumdar's faction in leading the Naxalbari uprising. People's Daily, a press organ for the CPC's Central Committee, quickly reported on the situation in Darjeeling and applauded the movement as a spring thunder over India, writing on July 5, 1967.
In the past few months, the peasant masses in this area, led by the revolutionary group of the Indian Communist Party, have thrown off the shackles of modern revisionism and smashed the trammels that bound them. They have seized grain, land, and weapons from the landlords and plantation owners, punished the local tyrants and wicked gentry, and ambushed the reactionary troops and police that went to suppress them, thus demonstrating the enormous might of the peasants' revolutionary armed struggle. All imperialists, revisionists, corrupt officials, local tyrants and wicked gentry, and reactionary army and police are nothing in the eyes of the revolutionary peasants who are determined to strike them down to the dust. The absolutely correct thing has been done by the revolutionary group of the Indian Communist Party, and they have done it well. The Chinese people joyfully applaud this revolutionary storm of the Indian peasants in the Darjeeling area, as do all Marxist-Leninists and revolutionary people of the whole world. It is an inevitability that the Indian peasants will rebel, and the Indian people will make revolution, because the reactionary Congress rule has left them with no alternative. India under Congress rule is only nominally independent. In fact, it is nothing more than a semi-colonial, semi-feudal country. The Congress administration represents the interests of the Indian feudal princes, big landlords, and bureaucrat comprador capitalists. Internally, it oppresses the Indian people without any mercy and sucks their blood, while internationally it serves the new boss, U.S. imperialism, and its number one accomplice, the Soviet revisionist ruling clique, in addition to its old suzerain British imperialism, thus selling out the national interests of India in a big way. So imperialism, Soviet revisionism, feudalism, and bureaucrat comprador capitalism weigh like big mountains on the backs of the Indian people, especially on the toiling masses of workers and peasants. The Congress administration has intensified its suppression and exploitation of the Indian people, and pursued a policy of national betrayal during the past few years. Famine has stalked the land year after year. The fields are strewn with the bodies of those who have died of hunger and starvation. The Indian people, above all, the Indian peasants, have found life impossible for them. The revolutionary peasants in the Darjeeling area have now risen in rebellion, in violent revolution. This is the prelude to a violent revolution by the hundreds of millions of people throughout India. The Indian people will certainly cast away these big mountains off their backs and win complete emancipation. This is the general trend of Indian history which no force on earth can check or hinder. What road is to be followed by the Indian Revolution? This is a fundamental question affecting the success of the Indian Revolution and the destiny of the 500 million Indian people. The Indian Revolution must take the road of relying on the peasants, establishing base areas in the countryside, persisting in protracted armed struggle, and using the countryside to encircle and finally capture the cities. This is Mao Zedong's road, the road that has led the Chinese Revolution to victory, and the only road to victory for the revolutions of all oppressed nations and peoples.
In 1968, comrades Kanu Sanyal and Jangal Santhal, accompanied by others, visited the People's Republic of China to receive military and political training to continue armed struggle, thus further dampening relations between the CPC and the CPI-M. On Lenin's birthday, April 22, 1969, the Naxalbari uprising and the internal tensions within the CPI-M culminated into the founding of the Communist Party of India, Marxist-Leninist, or CPI-ML. The founding of the CPI-ML marks a tremendous step forward for the communist movement and the Indian Revolution, with many successor groups, including the eventual CPI-ML, PW, and today's CPI Maoist, all laying claim to the CPI-ML's legacy. The party during this time operated under Mazumdar's line of class annihilation, which consisted of targeted assassinations of landlords, police officers, and politicians. At the time of the CPI-ML's founding, the bourgeois Indian government led by Indira Gandhi, which now included elected representatives of the CPI-M, activated the Indian Armed Forces to crush the Naxal Rebellion. In what became known as Operation Steeplechase, Military, paramilitary, and state police forces were jointly mobilized to crush Naxal leaders and communist operatives in the movement. The operation resulted in the killing and arrest of suspected Naxalite forces and communist activists and leaders, including senior members of the CPI-ML. It is reported that only after 72 days, the Naxalite rebellion had been defeated. While it is hardly contested that the historic Naxalite rebellion represented a major step forward for the Indian Revolution and is often credited with being the initiation of the Indian People's War. The initiation of such a war, which laid bare the irreconcilable contradiction between the revolutionary Maoist and the parliamentary revisionist trends within the Indian communist movement. The defeat of the rebellion also laid bare the internal failings and theoretical schisms already present within the CPI-ML. The setback of temporary defeat demanded internal criticism and reorientation, and this process helped form the basis for a long series of organizational splits and general splintering of the Maoist trend in the 1970s and 80s. A major critique of the line followed by the CPI-ML during the Naxalbari uprising came from top CPC official Zhou Enlai, who met with the CPI-ML's foreign emissary Soren Bose in Beijing in the 1970s. While initially supportive of the Naxal movement, it is reported that Zhou Enlai had become sharply critical of the CPI-ML under Mazumdar's leadership, firmly rejecting the tactic of class annihilation in favor of people's war, and denounced the slogan of China's chairman is our chairman as folly. Zhou reportedly emphasized the dire importance of clandestine work in the cities amongst workers to build support for the people's war, as well as deeper and more expansive mass organization amongst the peasants. In summarizing CPI-ML Central Committee member CCM Suniti Kumar Ghosh's book entitled Naxalbari Before and After, Reminiscences and Appraisal, bourgeois historian Ashish Chakrabarti reports that while he upheld Mazumdar's legacy and contributions in the end, Ghosh still echoed many of Zhou Enlai's core critiques of Mazumdar's policies, and even accuses Mazumdar of suppressing Zhou Enlai's critiques within the CPI-ML during the remainder of his life, in addition to generally operating under a chauvinistic approach to leadership. Chakrabarti writes,
Suniti Kumar Ghosh was a member of the Central Committee of the CPML and worked closely with all other leaders, including Mazumdar, Saroj Datta, Sushital Roychuduri, Kanu Sanyal, and Ashim Chatterjee. He belonged to the section of the urban intelligentsia that joined the movement out of deep ideological and intellectual convictions, and gave it a romantic aura almost equal to the one surrounding the sacrifices of poor peasants and idealist students of some of the best colleges in Calcutta, Hyderabad, and Warangal. The story of the movement's failure has been told and retold by its leaders, sympathizers, and critics. Yet, Ghosh's account has a freshness that is born of genuine intellectual honesty. Although the story is mainly based on his reminiscences, it is totally unsentimental and the analysis almost clinical. He traces the evolution of the Naxalbari revolt into the larger ideological battle, shows the unbridgeable gap between the theory of armed struggle and the peaceful parliamentary road to socialism as preached and practiced by the Communist Party of India and the CPM, and also lays bare the schisms within the CPI-ML. For any credible critique of the movement, the central point of inquiry has to be the role of Mazumdar's strategies and leadership. There have been critical assessments of Mazumdar as a revolutionary leader, some by his erstwhile comrades. But Ghosh's critique offers valuable insights into the leader's persona and style of functioning, while it has no overtones of factional rivalry or personal bitterness. To Ghosh, Mazumdar made the seminal mistake of overemphasizing the line of annihilation of the class enemy and underestimating the importance of mass mobilization. It is a familiar criticism of the Naxalbari movement. But Ghosh makes more fundamental criticisms. Charu had Mao Zedong's name always on his lips, while his policies were at complete variance with Mao Zedong's teachings.
Even more damaging is his accusation that Mazumdar suppressed from the party the criticism of his line by Zhou Enlai and Kang Sheng, the two top CPC leaders, when the former's emissary, Soren Bose, met them in Beijing in mid-1970. Ghosh provides a useful document for future chroniclers of the movement by putting the Chinese criticism in the book's appendix. The other document, in fact his other charge, that Mazumdar saw himself as the one and only authority in the party. While the modern-day CPI Maoist vigorously upholds the contributions and legacy of Charu Mazumdar, they unflinchingly confront his shortcomings and the greater errors made during his leadership. Sentiments laid out by both Zhou and Ghosh are echoed in the 1974 Self-Critical Report, SCR, written by the Andhra Pradesh State Committee of the CPI-ML. The core ideas of this report were later expanded by the eventual CPI-ML, PW, and are still upheld by the CPI Maoist today in their current assessment of Charu Mazumdar. The self-critical report states,
A certain amount of egoism also developed in Comrade CM, with the series of victories in the course of the struggle when, after the establishment of the AIC-CCR, the flames of Naxalbari began spreading to many parts of the country. The undue extolation and wrong and exaggerated reports by some of the comrades around him has further developed it. Thus he developed greater confidence in his own individual decisions rather than in collective decisions. It only helped him in departing more and more away from Marxist-Leninist ideology and dialectical ways of thinking. It also helped in making the functioning of the CC suffer and in the principles of democratic centralism getting violated. His egoism also prevented him to come out with self-criticism from inside and outside the party, and come out with self-criticism. This made him more bureaucratic and helped the party to go further on the wrong line. The CPI, Maoist, further elaborates on the lessons drawn up by the SCR. Although the understanding about the character and stage of the Indian Revolution and about its political and military strategy was correct, the tactics, method, and style of work to implement the strategy are not in accordance with MLM thought. These defective aspects in our party understanding at the time of the Congress have resulted in several losses. The following, in short, were the negative points in our understanding at that time according to the SCR. 1. Wrong understanding of the nature of the era. 2. Wrong assessment of the international and national situation at that time. 3. Neglect of party organization. In other words, an attitude that the prevalence of a revolutionary situation alone is enough for the victory of revolution. 4. Issuing immature calls and slogans in struggle in accordance with the above wrong understanding and assessments. 5. Thinking that annihilation of class enemies is the only form of struggle and the only way to create revolutionary enthusiasm among the people. 6. Wrong standpoint of equating the building of mass organizations and mass struggles with revisionism. 7. Wrong attitude towards the national bourgeoisie, rich, peasantry, and the United Front. 8. Undue stress on guerrilla warfare in cities. 9. Bureaucracy at all levels of leadership. 10. Wrong standpoint that there should be revolutionary authority to any individual.
These resulting ideological and tactical schisms over the party's experience of the Naxalbari uprising, in addition to sharpening state repression of Maoist organizations and activities, led to major setbacks in the early 70s, with micro-factions and splintered groups which had become disconnected from the party center beginning to crop up all over the countryside. These layering contradictions would come to a head in 1972, wherein state forces were able to capture Charu Mazumdar in his secret hideout. The state was able to do this by extracting information regarding his location through the torture of a captured CPI-ML member. Charu was then arrested on July 16, 1972, and later died of a heart attack on July 28 of the same year. Many successor organizations of the CPI-ML widely agree his death was a deliberate custodial murder by the hands of the Indian state, and to this day the CPI Maoist celebrates its annual Martyrs' Week during the final week of July. The drastic conditions faced by Maoists following the end of the Naxalbari uprising, paired with the unresolved questions regarding Charu Mazumdar's leadership, resulted in a massive splintering of the movement following his untimely death. This period is referred to today by the CPI, Maoist, as the 1972 setback, which they claim is the darkest chapter of the party's history. In the 2007 Political and Organizational Review, the CPI Maoist writes,
Soon after the martyrdom of CM, there were basically two incorrect trends in the communist revolutionary camp. One that vilified him and made him solely responsible for the setback that occurred, and the second that negated looking at any of the flaws that had occurred. Owing to political and organizational weaknesses, including tactical errors, severe repression and big losses, inexperience, disruptive acts of right opportunists internally, and the resulting setback and political ideological confusion, the party began to split. The party's first split took place in November 1971 by the betrayal of SNS. Within a year after the martyrdom of CM, it broke up into several splinter groups. Within just the span of 2 years after the 8th Congress, a large number of CCMs became martyrs, some were arrested, and some others detracted or betrayed. The remaining 2 CCMs, Comrades Sharma and Suniti Kumar Ghosh, did not have live relations with state committees. The post-72 phase in the revolutionary movement in India has thus seen the splintering of the party into several small groups, some of which gradually became consolidated into independent parties having their own distinct lines and practice. While some of them claimed themselves to be the real inheritors of the revolutionary legacy of the glorious struggles of 1967 to 72 and formed new CCs, some others proclaimed their desire for unifying all the revolutionary forces and reorganizing the CPI-ML. The 1972 setback and the disintegration of the party into several splintered groups was the darkest chapter in our party's history. The absence of a center for Indian revolution due to the disruption of the CC naturally gave rise to isolated groups and parties, which were confined to limited area states until 1980. The revival of the movement in some parts of the country, led by the new centers of the erstwhile CPI-ML-PW and CPI-ML-PU, and some others on the one hand and the MCC on the other, raised new hopes among the revolutionary masses. Some of the groups of the CPI-ML became defunct, some became splintered further, and some turned revisionist by the 1980s.
Towards the very end of Charu Mazumdar's life, due to the defeat of the Naxalbari uprising and his preoccupation with evading capture by the Indian state, the acceptance of Charu Mazumdar's line and his influence over the CPI-ML had begun to wither considerably. Comrade Kondapalli Setharamaya, who had been a part of the original Telangana peasant struggle, but had since left the CPI following the split only to join up with the CPI-ML later on, was particularly insistent on overturning Mazumdar's policy of no overground organizations. In summing up the lessons of the Telangana Rebellion, the Naxalbari Rebellion, and Mao's writings on the Chinese Revolution, Setharamaya firmly believed that no stable base areas or mass mobilizations could be generated without overground organizations being set up amongst all of the revolutionary classes in India. Without such base areas and networks of mass mobilization, he correctly argued, the People's War could never gain wide support or withstand state repression for long. Journalist Rahul Pandita summarizes his interviews with CPI Maoist leaders regarding this time in the party's history by stating,
The first violation of Charu Mazumdar's line was the formation of the Revolutionary Writers Association in Andhra Pradesh. Then, in 1972, the Jana Natya Mandali III was formed. In Pilapu magazine, Charu Mazumdar sent a message for Setharamaya. You are starting a writers' association. Through this magazine, I am sending you a message. This is the period of sacrifice.
The message clearly meant that Mazumdar had reconciled with KS's policy of forming front organizations. By 1975, the Radical Students' Union had been formed, and by 1978, it was joined by the Radical Youth League. While they invariably ran into the problem of gaining notoriety with the Indian state and consequently facing harsh repression, these mass organizations helped establish a critical base of support for the CPI-ML amongst the students. This link to the revolutionary youth enabled the party to launch its historic Go to the Villages campaign, where students would spend their summers and time off amongst peasant communities, learning from the party and the villagers about the problems brought upon the masses by the reactionary ruling classes, and about the necessity of an armed struggle for socialist revolution under the direction of the proletarian and peasant masses through their Communist Party. The successful summarization of lessons and subsequent tactical reorientation following the end of the original Naxalbari uprising was ultimately beset by continued ideological, tactical, and organizational fracturing within the general Maoist movement. Setbacks resulting from the capture or killings of both rank-and-file party members and activists, as well as middle and sometimes top organizational leadership, continued on a persistent basis. Extensive efforts were made by what was left of the CPI-ML, as well as by several groups that had splintered from it, to reorganize and reunify the Maoist groupings, often unsuccessfully. The splintering of factions only worsened as the 1980s approached. By 1979, Sitharamaiah, having been a critical figure in the creation of the self-critical report and the resulting reorientation of tactics, had firmly established himself as a major figure within the remnants of the CPI-ML and within the increasingly fractured Maoist movement overall. During this time, he became ever firmer in his effort to move away from Charu Mazumdar's policy of class annihilation and begin the construction of proper base areas and guerrilla zones. This was to be done through adding greater complexity to the role played by Maoists in the lives of peasant communities they organized, and by adding greater complexity to the functions and tasks of the peasant organizations being set up in their areas of operation. On April 22, 1980, Lenin's birthday, the Andhra Pradesh State Committee and the Tamil Nadu State Committee of the CPI-ML merged together to form the Communist Party of India, Marxist-Leninist, People's War, otherwise known as the CPI-ML, People's War, the CPI-ML, PW, the People's War Group, and the PWG. This new party emerged with Comrade Kondapalli Sitharamaiah retaining a key post within top leadership, and he is often credited as the lead organizer of the split and a major founder of the party. The founding of the PWG came at one of the most disparate and fractured moments within the history of the Maoist movement in India. By this point in time, there were dozens of splinter groups that had emerged following Naxalbari, including the CPI-ML, Second Central Committee, the CPI-ML, Naxalbari, the CPI-ML, Party Unity, the CPI-ML, Liberation, the Maoist Communist Center, MCC, and many others. While existing amidst a growing sea of successor parties all claiming the legacy of the CPI-ML, the PWG would emerge as one of the single most important groupings emanating from the post-Naxalbari period, and throughout the 1980s and 1990s, they would continue to deepen and expand the Indian People's War, rebuke revisionist deviations within the movement, and develop the application of Marxism, Leninism, Maoism to their unique conditions. Following the formation of the PWG, transforming the style of work within peasant communities so as to generate base areas for the protracted People's War was chief among the party's immediate goals. For this to happen, the party needed to engage in larger-scale and more complex forms of organization amongst the peasant masses. This is done with the intent of creating the embryo for new power, that is, political organs of self-determination that are the foundation of a people's government, termed Janathana Sarkar within the party, within Maoist areas of influence. The formation of stable and self-governing mass organizations on a wide scale is critical for establishing the basic principles of socialism within community life, as well as directly anchoring the masses of exploited people to the process of eliminating their class enemies and the reactionary Indian state. The PWG worked vigorously to further deepen its connection to the Indian masses and began to introduce a myriad of new programs in their areas of operation, while expanding and reigniting pre-existing ones. The PWG sought to once again demonstrate the relevance of its line and methods to the material improvement of the lives of the peoples they served. Through the intensification of literacy campaigns, the opening of basic education schools for both boys and girls, The increased organization of cultural activities through the Jana Natya Mandali, the development of irrigation systems, providing technological improvements to agricultural production, and deploying medical teams to villages to administer malaria vaccines and other treatments. The cause of the People's War spread in the PWG's areas of operation, and the skeleton of the Janathana Sarkar was gradually built. People's courts were organized across villages, which allowed the organized peasants to take further control over their political lives. People's courts are responsible for a set of varying tasks, from the redistribution of seized lands to the enforcement of community laws and the trial of local perpetrators or class enemies. In addition to these programs, the PWG continued to represent the peasants against their exploiters as a military force, with increasing support and participation from the village communities and their organizations. The influence of the PWG, and of Maoists generally, grew rapidly, which allowed for larger-scale operations and strengthened the people's confidence in the Maoists' ability to represent their political interests. Journalist Rahul Pandita reports that
within the first year, the Adivasis stopped paying taxes to the Forest Department. Large tracts of forest land were occupied forcibly for cultivation. Also, large portions of land occupied by traders and moneylenders were redistributed among the landless. Within a few years, thousands of acres of land were occupied through the might of the gun. The Adivasis, buoyed by the Naxalite presence, had begun to assert themselves. They would come out in hordes to press for their demands, when required, forcibly occupy land. The Adivasis had now tasted the might of the gun. Within a few years of entering the Dandakaranya forests, the Naxals held sway over the whole region. Many landlords, contractors, and tradesmen who tried to fight back with the help of the police were annihilated and their properties distributed among the peasants. In 1985 alone, in 2 talukas of Gadchiroli district, the Maoists liberated 20,000 acres of land from the government or landlord's control and distributed it among Adivasis. The area had begun to turn into a guerrilla zone.
amongst continued setbacks, attacks from the state, conflicts with other parties and organizations, and the capture of comrades at various levels of the organization, the PWG pressed forward with their plans of building up base areas and laying the foundation for a people's government, the new Indian state. During this time, the PWG further transformed its relationship to the Indian people, and through dialogue and deepened collaboration with the masses, they developed the core legal framework from which the people would govern themselves within the red zones. Journalist Rahul Pandita reports that a specific party document was produced during this time, which guarantees specific rights and responsibilities to all people living within the base areas, or areas otherwise organized by the party. These rights: to express oneself in speech writing and publication, to meet with others, to form organizations, the conduct strikes and demonstrations, the live according to one's wish, to have a primary education, to have primary medical treatment, to gain minimum employment, to not face any discrimination on the basis of tribe, caste, religion, nationality, gender, language, region, education, post, and status. These guaranteed rights are based upon the following responsibilities: to protect the country, to respect the Constitution and law of the new Indian state, to protect the government properties, to provide military services, to pay taxes. Pandita reports that this same document outlines the Maoists' aim to confiscate all the industries, banks, and other organizations of the imperialist and comprador classes, and to dissolve the unequal financial agreements that the exploiting government has made with the imperialists. In addition to this, it is reported that the Maoists make explicit their intent to organize for the liberation of women from household drudgery, as well as for their further inclusion in social production, military, party, and political life as key priorities. This party document states that prostitution and child marriage are explicitly banned, and rehabilitation for victimized women and girls is to be organized for by the party and community. Women are also guaranteed the right to an abortion. Finally, in this document, the PWG outlines its goal to achieve an 8-hour working day, the abolition of the labor contract system, the abolition of child labor, and the guarantee of equal wages to all workers, regardless of sex, within the Maoist areas of influence and support. Pandita reports that this party document is upheld today by the CPI Maoist, in more or less the same avatar. Despite the PWG's major advances in the Indian People's War, military casualties at the hands of the state, on top of theoretical strategic divides within leadership, continued to produce problems for the emerging center of India's Maoist movement. Over the course of the 1980s, some of these theoretical strategic divides would severely damage the reputation of and confidence placed within Kondapalli Sitharamaya's leadership over the PWG. One major such incident impacting Sitharamaya's position within the party was his response to the unconstitutional ouster of bourgeois politician Nadamuri Taraka Rao, often referred to as NTR, in 1984. NTR was elected to be the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, representing the Telugu Desam Party, TDP. As a state executive presiding over a major area of Maoist influence, the NTR government continued on with the brutal repression, killing, and capture of all suspected Naxalite groups, as well as their suspected supporters, just as his predecessors had done before him. During NTR's trip to the United States for an open-heart surgery, he was illegally ousted from his office by his political enemies. Sitharamaya, who had just recently escaped prison and was reinstated into party leadership, inexplicably wrote in defense of NTR, lambasting his unconstitutional ouster in the party's press organ Kranti. This decision so enraged members of the PWG that it is said that the Warangal secretary of the PWG, known as Comrade Sagar, ordered his comrades to burn all the copies of the Kranti magazine, in direct rebuke of Kondapalli Sitharamaya. Sitharamaya would ultimately retain leadership and the good graces of the majority of the party for years to come, but this incident perhaps marked the beginning of his political degeneration. By the late 1980s, Sitharamaya had begun to age considerably and had developed Parkinson's disease and Alzheimer's disease. He became incoherent, paranoid, isolated, chauvinistic in his style of leadership, and most of all, spiteful of the newly rebuilt Central Committee that consistently challenged his ideas and methods of work. The CPI Maoist suggests that key forces driving his tendency for individual leadership were the tremendous setbacks and losses faced during the 1970s, wherein Sitharamaya acted as a single decision-maker within his areas of responsibility during a lengthy period of rebuilding the party from the ground up. By the end of the 1980s, the party had grown tremendously, and a newer generation of leadership had been forged by the struggle, but by this point in time, Kondapalli was debilitated by his old age, and in effect, he had completely lost control over the party he founded. Despite a growing resentment and belligerence towards his co-leaders, likely worsened in part by the decline of his cognitive faculties, senior leaders of the PWG still entertained his continued position on the Central Committee, partly due to the fact that by this point in time, the reins of the party had already been entrusted to a new leader. Muppala Lakshmana Rao, best known as Comrade Ganapathy, sometimes written as Ganapathy or Ganapati, had now been on top leadership in the PWG. Ganapathy was a former schoolteacher from Telangana and had been a longtime comrade of Sitharamaya. It is said that Ganapathy was undoubtedly a veteran comrade within the Maoist movement, who was participating directly in the assassinations of landlords and police as early as 1972. When he took over as number one in the party from Sitharamaya, he was said to have circulated a directive to the rest of party leadership regarding Kondapalli's continued participation on the Central Committee, saying, "We should take his advice when we hardly need it." In his increasingly old age, Sitharamaya would continue to lash out at the remainder of the PWG's leadership and continued pushing methods and tactics to address the party's political challenges that were consistently rebuked as opportunist and rightist by the rest of party leadership. In 1991, Sitharamaiah and some opportunist supporters resorted to attempting a failed split from the CPI-ML-PW, which ended in all of their expulsions. Following his ouster, Sitharamaiah was arrested by the Indian police in 1992, released on humanitarian grounds a few years later, and died amongst his family in 2002, aged 87. In assessing the lifetime contributions of Kondapalli Sitharamaiah, the CPI Maoist writes,
KS played a very prominent role for about 5 decades in the politics of the Indian Revolutionary Communist Movement, particularly after Comrade CM became a martyr in 1972. Playing the leading role ideologically, politically, and organizationally for 2 decades in our party, he finally got expelled. To correctly assess the revolutionary movements or the leaders, we have to analyze them from the viewpoint of dialectical and historical materialism. When we examine the role of KS historically, we can see his revolutionary role, as well as the opportunist, liquidationist role. Only thus can we make a correct analysis and avoid the mistake of supporting his negative role in light of his positive role, or rejecting his positive role in the light of his negative role, and correctly see what tendency was prominent in which phase. Nevertheless, we must take his revolutionary positive role as an ideal to be emulated, and we must reject his negative role, particularly seen in the later period. Up to the late 80s, he was our true leader and positive teacher. Later, he was our negative teacher. The greatest lesson to be learnt from the history of KS is that comrades who commit serious mistakes cannot continue in the revolution if they do not rectify themselves through the process of self-criticism.
The PWG, under Ganapathy's leadership, continued on the path building up base areas for the People's War and rectifying errors made within the party through multiple education campaigns. During this period, the PWG began making more concerted efforts to unite with what they saw as the other major factions of the Maoist movement. To them, these factions included the Communist Party of India, Marxist-Leninist Party Unity, otherwise known as the PU, and the Maoist Communist Center, MCC. Increased communication and talks were initiated between these groups, and theoretical, tactical, and organizational conflicts that existed between them were sharply debated, with the intended resolution being eventual mergers and consolidation of the Maoist trend in India. In 1998, the PWG merged with the PU. In 2000, the People's Liberation Guerrilla Army, PLGA, was founded. The PLGA remains at present the primary armed wing of the current-day CPI, Maoist. In 2004, after over a decade of attempted and partially failed unity talks, the Communist Party of India, Marxist-Leninist, People's War, merged with the Maoist Communist Center, forming the Communist Party of India, Maoist, which exists to this day. Ganapathy was inducted as its first General Secretary of the CPI, Maoist, and presided over the party until his resignation in 2018. Ganapathy was replaced as General Secretary by number 2 in the party, a Central Committee member known as Comrade Basvaraju. Ganapathy, now in his mid-70s as of 2024, is suspected to have fled to the Philippines. The story of the PWG ends in 2004, but only in name. Now, as the CPI Maoist, the party continues to wage the People's War against the reactionary Indian state and continues to seek unity with the oppressed peoples of the country in order to earn the mantle of the workers' and peasants' chosen political leadership. The brilliant history and legacy of the PWG cannot be overstated, and their place within the global history of communist resistance has long been cemented. The contributions and history of the Communist Party of India, Marxist-Leninist People's War, are of monumental importance and merit close study from all students of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism. This text, Women's Liberation, Our Approach, originally entitled Our Approach to the Women's Question, was written and circulated by the PWG in 2001, ostensibly to serve in the task of arming its rank-and-file members with the theoretical and scientific knowledge necessary to wage a successful revolutionary struggle in all sectors of Indian society. It potentially was a part of one of their political education campaigns. This book remains one of their most substantive documents produced in English, and we at High Tide Publications are thrilled to present a brief summation of this organization's history and significance as we work to rescue this landmark writing from obscurity. We hope that this introduction to the PWG and Indian communist history, as well as the main reading itself, serve your interests as a participant and supporter of revolution. High Tide Publications Editorial Board. Introduction to the High Tide Publications edition of this text. This book is not a substitute for the classics. We at High Tide Publications have been participating in the Maoist movement in United States for a number of years now, and despite our knowledge of some broad internal contradictions and deficiencies facing American Maoists today, we hold an incredible amount of pride and hope in the persistence and development of our trend within American political life. It can hardly be denied that while we are still small and weak, we are much larger and much stronger today than we have ever been in the 21st century. The diverging trends within Maoist thought have become increasingly clear. The regional centers of Maoist organization have begun to emerge. Significant organizational bodies have become widely known names within the movement, and increased communication between these organizations has only strengthened and accelerated the development of Maoism in the United States. In 2024, we see real movement leaders of the coming decades being forged by the continued struggle. It is through the dedication and discipline of our comrades that we have been able to see this growth, as well as the deepening mastery of our revolutionary theory and the impact of that mastery on the evolution of our organizational practices. However, as we offer more introductory remarks on women's liberation, our approach, we would like to offer our thoughts on the ways in which we deepen our mastery of revolutionary theory and the impact those choices can have on our movement's overall development. As we acknowledge the development and maturation of this new wave of American Maoism, we also acknowledge that Maoism in America today is a movement marked chiefly by its youth and inexperience. The Maoist movement in the United States isn't just new, it is very young in a quite literal sense. Unlike a great many countries, it can be observed to those who are a part of the movement within the United States that American Maoists have precious few organizational veterans and elders from previous generations to offer guidance and leadership to today's Maoist circles, the vast majority of which consist of comrades who are only in their 20s, 30s, or even teens as of 2024. While American Maoism more or less can be traced back to the 1960s, 70s, and 80s, there is an incredible dearth of veterans from these decades who are still firmly planted within the anti-revisionist trend, leaving most of today's movement to navigate revolutionary organizing almost completely unaided by previous generations. While having a Maoist movement so filled with youthful energy and participants does come with several upsides, the negative aspects of such a situation have been particularly pronounced in the last 10 or so years. Having embodied these very deficiencies in our own lives, we at High Tide Publications frankly assert that chief among the challenges of our movement today is the abysmally low theoretical level of our comrades and organizations, hardly a controversial statement, and hardly an unforeseeable state of affairs given the above-mentioned preconditions. Still, however, it is necessary to hone in on this feature of the movement and continue to discuss how much Maoist activism in the last decade has largely resembled that of a generation of activists who have adopted the conclusions of Marxism-Leninism-Maoism but have not grasped the essence, the context, or history of those conclusions, nor their applications to organizing in their respective historical periods, nor their implications on how we should organize in our current historical period. Our youthful comrades, in seeking quick results, meaningful victories, and the faintest modicums of relevance and petty clout, have for several years now consistently overestimated their understanding of MLM and contented themselves to wielding dogmatic slogans and phraseologies as shortcuts to building a revolutionary movement, rather than allocating the time necessary for fully equipping whole organizations with a firm grasp of our revolutionary ideology and an adequate historical literacy of our own ideas and movements. Through continued study and acquisition of experience, even our most principled and disciplined students of MLM within the movement have found themselves in the past or present confronting our class enemies only wielding the crude, dogmatic bludgeons of slogans and well-known conclusions. This is often part of the Junie young activists' take as they mature politically, but we have, in fact, been maturing. The positive developments in American Maoism has meant that we are increasingly aware that the real level of historical literacy, the real level of philosophical grounding, and the real level of organizational know-how required to meet even our most immediate challenges is anything but crude, but rather surgical and scientific. Observing our movement in 2024, we see that surgeons and scientists, many of us, still are not. Similar to all radical trends active in the United States, the young comrades of the American Maoist movement has often embodied a strong tendency for seeking shortcuts to theoretical and historical study. Often emboldened by a prideful contentment with already being the most revolutionary sect, an operative disdain for real scientific, historical, and philosophical study is a fairly common state of affairs, and reflects a much stronger interest in action and immediate results. Again, we do not expect anyone reading this text to find such an analysis controversial or new. We at High Tide have been there, and we have done that too. Despite being a widely known issue, this superficially or anti-intellectual tendency is particularly seen amongst young Maoists in the form of endlessly applying tactical organizing principles in the abstract, as opposed to gaining a historical knowledge on how these strategic and tactical principles were even developed, and an intricate knowledge of how these strategies and tactics were actually applied successfully to their respective conditions. In many cases, our young comrades lack the philosophical, historical, and scientific background required to even formulate a serious material analysis of our own conditions. Without such a material analysis, there is no basis for which any hypothetical strategy of our own could even be generated with sufficient detail and particularity. This situation breeds a self-congratulatory fixation on correct slogans, conclusions, and tactical principles that lead nowhere or to abysmally low ceilings. In other words, a constant overestimation of theoretical strength has led to our comrades constantly knowing the conclusions of MLM ideas and never the essence of MLM ideas, as we have already stated. Especially damning within this tendency is how we see in our young Maoists that, for all of their passion and energy for organizing, there is a severe neglect of rigorous study specifically in the fields of Marxist political economy, Marxist philosophy, and revolutionary proletarian feminism. These multi-layered challenges are increasingly known to the most veteran circles of the new Maoist movement, and the variety of approaches in regards to solving it have been quite interesting to observe, as well as participate in, to say the least. Amongst the best and brightest of the steadily growing Maoist trend in the United States, ideological rectification and development has been the utmost priority for many organizations for several years now. This has meant that study groups and organized political education campaigns have become the most visible and popular form of Maoist activism in the United States today, an essential step forward for the movement, one that reflects an accurate assessment of our weaknesses. However, in our estimation, this reorientation towards political education has so far not fully escaped some basic errors in some respects. We write this forward to suggest that when it comes to education work, our diversity of tactics could perhaps use some rebalancing. We see in our Maoist movement today determined drives to break out of our insular bubbles and penetrate the mass movements taking place around us with our unique and more scientifically grounded revolutionary theory. In pursuit of this righteous aim, we see the particularly talented students and teachers of Maoism skillfully digest, process, produce, and reintroduce Marxist ideas in more presentable, accessible, and immediately applicable formats. Formats that capture the imagination of the advanced masses and show the relevance of our ideas to modern political struggle. The Maoists have thankfully gained a newfound respect for the limited amount of buy-in we truly have from the masses at this moment, and how it is incumbent on us to become skilled educators, agitators, and legitimizers of our own lines and practices. However, even within organized study circles, the immediate readiness of the masses, or even our own comrades, to deep dive into the Marxist classics is still often very limited. In order to adapt to this condition, for years now the Maoists have been devising tools, study courses, summaries, and digestible presentations of our key ideas so as to gain more success breaking into the mass movement with our politics, thus expanding the reach of Maoist influence on our political surroundings, while simultaneously generating even greater buy-in from the most advanced elements for more rigorous study. Such tools of mass agitation and education are critical to the success of any movement. The capacity to produce them and communicate our ideas effectively are non-negotiable skills for any serious communist organization. The relevance of this very book is precisely its utility in presenting the fundamentals of revolutionary proletarian feminism in a more immediately digestible, accessible format, and how it serves as a great example of what a truly theoretically adequate Maoist formation, in this case the CPI-ML, PW, should be able to produce in the field of political education. We have taken the time to rescue it from obscurity so that it may serve teachers and students of Maoism in this very way. As the lead educators of our movement continue to build up even newer Maoists through organized study and mass agitation, we at High Tide Publications offer a warning. This book is not a substitute for the classics. Stalin's dialectical and historical materialism is a foundational work that must be studied by all communists, but it is not a substitute for works like The German Ideology, Materialism and Imperio-Criticism, and Dialectics in Nature. The Foundations of Leninism is not a substitute for the collected works of Lenin. The Marxism-Leninism-Maoism Basic Course is not a substitute for the collected works of Mao. On Practice, On Contradiction, and Activist Study are not substitutes for deep historical study on how strategic and theoretical concepts were applied in practice to concrete historical conditions. All of that is to say, with the new Maoist movement still so fledgling, so inexperienced, so young, and still emerging from the darkness, we remind all teachers and students of the ideology that given the monumental tasks of any serious communist movement, the new generation of Maoists cannot be brought up solely on crash courses, short courses, summaries, select chapters, choice quotes, presentations, slogans, dogmatic formulas, and vague phraseologies. While it is of critical necessity that we are able to simplify and make accessible the ideas of the ideology, it is equally critical that within our disciplined organizations, we seek a correct balance of introductory courses and rigorous historical theoretical study. We warn against the temptation to mainly rest upon the short course method of study so as to cast a wider net and generate wider participation in our activities, or to be able to move from topic to topic at a faster rate, so as to maintain the interest and attention of our study participants, and even our own comrades. While there is no doubt a smaller pool of people who are immediately ready, willing, and motivated to do this necessary theoretical study, the idea that the study of foundational texts can ever be circumvented by solely the study of their summaries and introductory versions is a dangerous farce that must be defeated within every organization. While this assertion, we expect, will be nominally agreed with by most, we believe the operational lines of many respectable and well-meaning organizations may tell a different story and challenge ourselves and our comrades to take a more critical approach to how we are assessing our study practices. With this said, we are very excited to be able to supply this book as a tool for building the Marxist-Leninist-Maoist movement in the English-speaking world, and a means to introduce big ideas about revolutionary proletarian feminism to those who may not know where to begin with deep theoretical study on such a topic. At the same time, we encourage all students and teachers of MLM, whether they are those still operating as an individual or those already embedded within solid organizations, to deepen their knowledge of the ideology, develop greater discipline for theoretical and historical study, and to balance the expansion of the movement through agitation and accessible education with the consolidation of our most dedicated comrades through more rigorous, more disciplined, more systematic study. We emphasize that such rigorous study must be practiced at the organizational level rather than allowing it to become mainly the enthusiast activity of organizational leaders or particularly studious members. If you intend to read through this book, just don't forget to read and reread the classics as well. Work to understand the history behind Maoist conclusions. Grasp the essence of MLM ideas. Having articulated our stated intentions behind bringing this text back into circulation, we finally offer a brief exposition on the unique qualities of the High Tide Publications version of Women's Liberation, our approach. When we first came into contact with the original version of this text, it became clear to us that it was potentially not finished. Compared to many other documents of the CPI ML, PW, as well as of the CPI Maoist, the original version of this book was a noticeably poor translation, though it was considerably more polished than the introductory courses for Marxist political economy and Marxist philosophy. Still, spelling errors, grammatical errors, confusing wording of lengthy ideas, and under-elaborated definitions were occasional shortcomings in all chapters of the original. For the High Tide Publications version, we have not only refreshed the visual layout of the book to be easier on the eyes and more legible to the reader, but we have also taken it upon ourselves to clean up the grammatical and spelling inconsistencies seen throughout the original. On several occasions, this has entailed sometimes considerable amounts of editorial agency, as we have reworded the occasional paragraph and added extra sentences to various definitions and explanations. We have overall worked to preserve the core essence of what the original text offered, and believe this version to be the best version of women's liberation, our approach. For historical purposes, we encourage readers to access the original if they are able, which in 2024 can be acquired from bandthought.net under the India section. We encourage readers to scrutinize our editorial choices and contribute to gradual improvement and strengthening of this document through subsequent iterations. We hope that all teachers and students of Maoism find this text valuable in the construction of a thorough revolutionary movement, and thank you for supporting our work. High Tide Publications Editorial Board. A note on proletarian feminism. We inform our reader that in the modern day, many of the theoretical and strategic positions put forward by the CPI-ML, PW in the main text are now currently formulated as proletarian feminism. While proletarian feminism is being practiced in various parts of the world, its exact features and contributions remain hazy and under-elaborated for many comrades. Because of this, we would like to utilize the final preface before Women's Liberation, our approach, to introduce the reader to an excellent article published by the Mausoleum blog on International Working Women's Day, March 8, 2015. This article offers an excellent summary on the set of positions and frameworks that differentiate modern proletarian feminism from other concurrent trends of feminism, and serves as great background knowledge before engaging with the main reading. We remind our readers that proletarian feminism, just like the struggle against patriarchy, is not static, but dynamic, constantly adapting and developing to suit the needs of the revolutionary struggle. Proletarian feminism represents a very new living tradition of feminism, and therefore no summary, as Mausoleum will inform you, can be completely exhaustive at this time. With that said, we allow the writers at Mausoleum to offer the final remarks before the main text as we present their article in its entirety.
This is the first of a series of notes that will be relatively short and by no means exhaustive, but are put forth as both a summation and intervention of the theoretical and practical context of gender liberation in general, and proletarian feminist struggle in the particular, both within the context of the United States and the global context, taking on the particularities of gender formation, as well the universal aspects of patriarchy. Let us take opportunity in the annual remembrance on the International Working Women's Day to raise a necessary definition in the ongoing development towards a proletarian feminist conception of gender liberation. First, a necessary comment. While we do not mention trans women as separate subjects, when we say women in this article, we are including trans women as the issues we touch upon are common to all proletarian women, whether trans or cis. And while we recognize that cis women and trans women have differences, for example, cis women and reproductive health choices, and trans women's exclusion from women's spaces or lack of access to hormones, we understand these differences as within the umbrella of women, as the subjects of oppression by patriarchy. We also recognize that the struggle against patriarchy is not solely a women's issue, or a sexual or gender issue, and that gender is not a binary, nor is sex free of social and cultural construction. However, we will address this in subsequent notes and a series on queer Maoism that has been almost 2 years in the making. Non-men, people who are neither women nor men, but still suffer patriarchal oppression, and thus for the purpose of this discussion are treated the same as women, both cis and trans. However, we want to keep the discussion centered on feminism as an expression of women's politics, whether cis or trans, not genderqueer struggle, which includes, besides trans women and non-binary people, men, like trans men, whose experience of patriarchy is different from that of cis or trans women, and which has its own separate history from feminism, even if indeed proletarian feminism is queer struggle. This article has a narrower focus, but we feel these overlaps needed addressing for the sake of clarity and to make clear that we speak firmly for trans and genderqueer inclusion in feminism and that trans women are women. Proletarian feminism, more than just proletarian and feminist together. Proletarian feminism is the theoretical and practical development of the struggle against patriarchy from the perspective of the proletariat and revolutionary communist politics. It was first put forth by Indian revolutionary and communist Anuradha Gandhi. Like other trends within feminism, proletarian feminism sees the existence of patriarchy and the need for its overthrow. The difference lies in how proletarian feminism views patriarchy theoretically and how it mobilizes in practice for its overthrow. Gandhi's seminal article, Philosophical Trends in the Feminist Movement, is perhaps the first coherent proletarian feminist text to lay out the differences with other feminisms. From this article's criticism of the weaknesses of other feminist trends, we can draw what are the dialectical strengths of a proletarian feminism, or at least the areas it has to tackle and the direction that Gandhi argues it should take. This is our summation of her argument for a proletarian feminism. 1. Adherence to a Marxist, historical materialist, and dialectical materialist. Framework of analysis. Proletarian feminism makes a criticism, however, of socialist and Marxist feminism as philosophical trends that make the same claim. The main difference is on how to approach the question of emancipatory practice and the rejection of a commonality between women, regardless of class, nationality, race, etc., while at the same time upholding the centrality of the class struggle for the destruction of patriarchy. Patriarchal oppression is part of class oppression, not a separate or complementary oppression, and has its root in class society as a historical materialist fact, neither born with capitalism as a mode of production, nor merely a residual or vestigial feudal remain, but rather an intrinsic part of any class society, regardless of mode of production. As such, only communism can destroy patriarchy once and for all. Any attempts to separate patriarchy from class society as whole ultimately lead to strategic dead ends for feminism. 2. Rejection of biological determinism in defining women, sex/gender roles, and of the implications of the sex-gender system for all people. This includes a rejection of sex-gender differences existing as a biological fact in any degree of independence from social, economic, and political relations. It doesn't deny biological difference among people. These are obvious. It just rejects the claim that sex-gender ordering is principally related to biological differences, or the view that sex and gender stem from some biological essence. Not all women can or do get pregnant, for example, and yet they remain women. Not all women are assigned womanhood at birth, yet they are still women. This is not to say the gender binary is beyond criticism, just that the criticism of this binary based on biology is wrong. There is no female and male brain, but there is indeed a female and male social existence into which people fall, either forced into it or because of identity. 3. A social and economic understanding of the role of the family as an economic unit that doesn't seek to abolish the family as some sort of heterosexual invention, but to transform its internal relations, as well as its wider role in society. Emphasis is on the centrality of political power and society-wide transformation of economic relations as a way to transform the family, rather than privatizing family relations as a matter of individual will. By implication, it doesn't see the family as the primary trench of combat against patriarchy. The primary trench of combat is society at large. This doesn't mean the family is immune. Families are part of society at large, and thus are part of the wider societal combat against patriarchy. It does mean the special role given by many feminist trends to the family, beyond it being a unit of production and reproduction, is incorrect. One can abolish the family, and as long as class society exists, so will patriarchy. It will just find some other way to organize the production and reproduction of gender oppression and patriarchal domination. The focus on the family of many trends, in particular when this focus ignores the rest of society, is challenged by proletarian social struggle. 4. Emphasis on the non-antagonistic aspects of the contradiction between proletarian men and proletarian women, rather than posing the contradiction as mainly antagonistic. Emphasis is placed on struggling against systemic oppression, along with microaggressions and oppressions generated at the level of individual interactions, rather than only on the individual oppressions. Instead of men in general being the enemy, it is patriarchy, as part of class society and capitalism imperialism, who is the enemy. Likewise, women are not simply the revolutionary subject. Many women are defenders of the class system and thus are in the reactionary camp, even when they purport to seek to emancipate women. 5. An embrace of large-scale mass mobilization of society as a whole, and proletarian masses specifically, as the method of struggle for liberation, as opposed to separatism, small group, safe space emphasis in other trends, as well as a rejection of the underlying theoretical frameworks that these separatist trends represent. While not hostile to trade unionist frameworks, it does advocate the formation of cadre and mass formations of a proletarian feminist nature as an exercise of self-determination within a wider proletarian and revolutionary movement. 6. Anti-imperialism and a global focus on patriarchy, rather than a focus solely on the needs of white, affluent Euro-American women. This includes inserting into the conversation on sexuality the consequences of the sex trade, sex tourism, and pornography for poor, non-white, and oppressed nationality women, especially in the internal colonies, neo-colonial, semi-colonial, and colonial world. It also includes a rejection of unproblematized support for women's emancipation for the purpose of supporting imperialist plunder, such as the advocacy by some feminists of equal opportunities in imperialist armed forces. The only army we fight for gender equality in is the People's Army. 7. Advocacy of revolutionary organization and mass political activity, and A. Rejection of reformist organizing and affinity-based activity, but not reforms themselves, and of the belief that organizational hierarchy is inherently patriarchal, masculine, and otherwise alien to women, and thus opposed to feminism. A revolutionary party that contains people of all genders as cadre and leaders is not only seen as necessary, but advocated centrally as part of proletarian feminism. And this party leading a people's army in which patriarchy is struggled against at any level, in which women develop as leaders and soldiers, is also central to proletarian feminism. 8. Advocacy of all means of struggle, non-violent and violent, in advancing the struggle against patriarchy from a proletarian and revolutionary perspective. This rejects all claims of violence being patriarchal as biological essentialism. This also recognizes the capacity of women to be as ruthless as men when it comes to being oppressors. The fact that men dominate society is not an issue of biological capacity or inherent nature of women. Cultural feminist claims of women being less violent or more loving are in fact based on patriarchal notions of sex, gender roles, which mirror male chauvinist arguments about the incapacity of women compared to men. 9. A historical materialist recognition and embrace of the experiences in the struggle, against patriarchy and women's oppression in the socialist movements and socialist revolutions in Russia, China, and others, as well as within movements exercising dual power today. This stands against the rejection by many feminists of proletarian and socialist contributions to feminism, either because of anti-communist propaganda or sectarian denialism. A very relevant example of this erasure by bourgeois feminism is the capture and erasure of proletarian women of the International Working Women's Day into the International Women's Day. Another example is the ignorance of the advanced nature of the practices and rules within existing people's armies, such as the New People's Army having marriage between people of all genders since the late 1990s. Unfortunately, Gandhi's Trends article, and subsequent ones by Gandhi, who died prematurely at age 54, failed to fully flesh out the theoretical and practical universalities of a universal proletarian feminism, mostly those as they applied to Indian conditions only. This summation seeks to create the space for this development of a certain universal insight, in particular the struggle against cultural feminism, radical feminism, and liberal feminism, as well as the negative influence the frameworks these forms have had at times on proletarian feminists themselves. This important as practice develops in which proletarian feminists, rather than engaging in a break in continuity with previous trends, fall back into notions that represent a step back in the theoretical and practical struggle against patriarchy and capitalism, imperialism. On the other hand, we are not idly standing by waiting to be completely correct and thorough to understand in what we are correct. A rejection of capitalism and class society, a rejection of bourgeois feminisms as not liberating but simply managing oppression, and of biological essentialism as a breach on the necessary solidarity of people, as people, and protracted people's war needed for the proletariat to take power and begin the task of not merely surviving patriarchy, but abolishing it altogether. Proletarian feminism responds to patriarchal fire with the water of socialist revolution, to bourgeois feminist peace of the graveyard with the violence of proletarian dictatorship. As the Revolutionary Students' Coordinating Committee put it in their recent call to celebrate International Working Women's Day, it is important for us to remember that only through militantly struggling against the oppressive capitalist imperialist system, we can achieve our full potential in serving the masses of the people. Part and parcel of that struggle for people's liberation is women's liberation. People's liberation is impossible without women's liberation, so fighting for women's liberation against patriarchy and patriarchal dominance is critical for the liberation of all people. At the same time, this liberation is not merely an exercise of moralism or legalistic change, but a revolutionary transformation of the whole world and society, not just of patriarchy, but of class society and all that entails. That is where we, as proletarian feminists and communists, stand, and that is what we mean when we say we are proletarian feminists.
Women's Liberation, Our Approach. Communist Party of India, Marxist-Leninist, People's War. Only by emancipating all mankind can the proletariat achieve its own final emancipation. Karl Marx. The proletariat cannot achieve complete liberty until it has won complete liberty for women. 6. Lenin. Women carry half of heaven on their shoulders, and they must conquer it. Mao Zedong. Preface. Introduction from the CPI, ML, PW. The success of the New Democratic Revolution, NDR, of India and the victory of the World Socialist Revolution are closely related to the conscious participation of women. The elimination of imperialism and feudalism is related to the battle against patriarchy. The building of socialism is related to the elimination of patriarchy. Women make up half the world, but they are a suppressed half. It is the duty of the proletariat to make a comprehensive theoretical summing up of women's oppression. Appropriate tasks have to be set. Correct methods have to be drawn to release the initiative of the oppressed masses of women in the new democratic revolution. Let us bid farewell to all male prejudices in theory and in practice. Let us struggle for women's emancipation by rallying around the slogan, "No women, no revolution." November 2001. Part 1. Origin, Social Systems, and Patriarchy. Chapter 1. Origin and Development of Patriarchy. The masses of women face twin oppression. Just as their male members, they undergo class oppression. But at the same time, they experience patriarchal oppression. Patriarchy is the system of male domination over women. The ruling classes of all exploitative societies institutionalize patriarchal oppression. But in addition to that, men who are at the same time oppressed by the ruling classes resort to patriarchal domination. All men generally practice patriarchy, which is institutionalized by the ruling classes. This is an important characteristic feature of women's oppression. This feature contributes to the pervasiveness of patriarchal prejudices. Thus, while class oppression is more easily and readily understood, patriarchy becomes more difficult and complex to grasp. Class oppression and patriarchy are interconnected. Patriarchy feeds on class oppression, and class oppression derives its strength and sustenance, among others, from patriarchal oppression. At all points of time, this living interconnection must be grasped, and it is thus a dialectical approach that constitutes the cornerstone of the Marxist perception on the women's question. Among our Marxist teachers, it was Friedrich Engels laid the foundation for the study of the women's question. The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, written in 1884, is a pioneering work. Among other things, this book traces the origin of women's oppression. By demonstrating that women's oppression came into existence at a given point of history, Engels drew attention to the social origins of patriarchy. This book has since remained an ideological weapon for women's emancipation. Drawing from Morgan's researches, Engels established that women's oppression commenced with the rise of private property, that is, at the point of the breakup of primitive communism to class society. Related to the rise of male domination is the advent of the monogamous family, which became an instrument for the consolidation and transfer of private property. Patriarchal oppression was instituted by the overthrow of mother right. The matrilineal clan-based Gentile society of primitive communism saw the involvement of women in social production. But with the breakup of mother right in the course of transition to civilization, the social nature of women's labor was broken. It was confined to the personal and domestic domain. Matrilineal was substituted, and mother right was overthrown to be replaced by patrilineal and patriarchy. Patriarchy heralded the commencement of class society, and this was how Engels summed up this transition.
Overthrow of mother right was the world historical defeat of the female sees. The man took command in the house also. The woman was degraded and reduced to servitude. She became the slave of his lust and a mere instrument for the production of children.
In India, patriarchy emerged over 2,600 years ago, though the process began much earlier. It was established by the time of the rise of the first state in ancient India, the Magad state in 600 BC. Though the Indus Valley Civilization arose in 2500 BC in the northwestern part of the Indian subcontinent, it was a Bronze Age civilization that did not last and collapsed by 1800 BC. At that time, the numerous tribes spread all over India were at various stages of development. Most of the tribes in South and Central India were involved in primitive agriculture, and those dependent on animal husbandry much fewer. Since women played an important role in the transition to agriculture and were actively involved in social production, the societies were matrilineal. In the groups based on animal husbandry, patrilineal practice seems to have already established itself. The collapse of the Indus Valley Civilization coincided with the beginning of the migration of Aryan tribes into India. The Aryan tribes already had a patrilineal society, though women were involved in production. The process of class formation had already begun. These tribes spread through war, enslaving the defeated groups. The period from 1000 BC onwards is the period of struggle and disintegration of the primitive agricultural and pastoral societies, and the development of classes and private property. The discovery of iron and the beginning of iron plow-based cultivation in 800 BC greatly accelerated this process. The production of surplus increased. By the time the first state emerged in the Gangetic Plain, based on the Shudra holding system, i.e., a mode of production based on Shudra labor, the Shudras were not slaves as in the West, since they were not generally bought and sold, but they constituted the lowest rung in the social hierarchy, based on whose labor most of the social wealth was produced. Class society, private property, and monogamy had been established. Patriarchy was already entrenched. Women had lost their significance in social production and relegated to a subordinate position. The institutionalization of patriarchy in India was completed with the emergence of feudalism. 1. Patriarchy under feudalism. Did patriarchy precede class society or arise simultaneously with it? This has been a topic of much debate between various feminist and Marxist schools of thought. Since the nomadic pastoral tribes such as the Aryans practiced patriarchy and lived in the period prior to the rise of civilization, some argue that patriarchy preceded class society and hence will stay long after the abolition of class society. There is no doubt that among the pastoral tribes, such as the Aryans, males were the heads of the clans. These tribes were in the period of transition to class society, and hence some of the features of the class society could be seen in their embryo. Class society had not emerged overnight, but took a long period of transition. In this long process of transformation, one can perceive several features associated with class society in the upper stages of barbarism. Capture of slaves had begun, though a state had not emerged in the proper sense of the word. Patriarchy existed, but it had not become an institution. These societies did not consider women as inferior to men, but, on the contrary, held them in high esteem. However, women's role in social production, which was dominant in the hunting-gathering societies, as well as in societies where primitive agriculture was predominant, became secondary in pastoral societies. And with the rise of class society, women's status was reduced to that of a slave to man. The feudal mode of production came into existence from around the 4th century AD in India. Feudalism meant the existence of a class of landlords that subjected tenants and bonded laborers to their direct exploitation. Under the feudal mode, women were denied the right to inherit or own property or any control over the means of production. While women of the upper classes remained indoors, the feudal classes exploited the labor of women of the tenant classes, bonded laborer classes, and artisan castes. Women were considered equivalent in status to cattle. A woman had no independent existence. She came to be identified either through her father, her husband, or her son. Women of the tenant and bonded laborer classes had to accompany their husbands in toiling for the landlords. Thus, women of the oppressed classes participated in social production. Yet it must not be forgotten that they labored only in the lands where their husbands toiled, or they served that family of landlords to which their husbands had been bonded. The woman was always an appendage to her husband. It was this patriarchal relation that mediated exploitation of her labor by the feudal classes. Women's labor in social production was not recognized. It was thus not paid. Women's social labor was treated as an adjunct to that of her husband's labor. Patriarchy under feudalism gave no social recognition to women or her labor. Thus, patriarchal ideology secured the free labor services of toiling women for the feudal classes. Such unpaid exploitation of women in the feudal economy was achieved in part from open acts of violence, physical insult, and ostracization into sex bondage sanctioned by religion. The attitude of feudalism to women is best epitomized by Manu's Dharma Shastra. Coming as it did at the point of decline of the Shudra holding system and rise of the new mode of feudalism, the Manu Dharma Shastra became the testament of feudal patriarchy in India and played a key role in its institutionalization. Under feudalism, the household was both a unit of production and consumption. The natural economy of feudalism was based on small-scale production. Commodity production was nominal. The household therefore combined agriculture and a lot of other handicrafts and sideline activities. There was no dividing line between such activities and that of domestic work, and the cycle was unending. The sphere of domestic work was therefore expansive, and it engaged a large part of women's labor. Since production was small-scale, since the family was the economic unit for both production and consumption, and since household work engaged a major part of female labor, the patriarchal structure of authority and subordination became a feature not only within the family, but also in feudal society as a whole. In Lenin's words,
Paternalism is a part of a small producer economy.
this was the second major economic feature of patriarchy and its relationship with the structure of the family under feudalism. 2. Patriarchy under capitalism. The development of capitalism in the West brought certain drastic changes in the lives of women. It helped women to come out of the feudal seclusion and bondage and transformed their world outlook and values. The rise of capitalism roused the democratic aspirations among women, kindled ideas of equality and freedom, and led to movements for the assertion of their democratic rights, something unheard of in feudal society. It also brought some degree of freedom in sexual relations, free choice of partners, which is, of course, determined by the class parameters, and the right to divorce, etc. Yet capitalism continued to rely on the institution of patriarchy for the extraction of surplus. Thus, capitalism did not eliminate the institution of patriarchy, but only modified the forms of patriarchal oppression. The most important of economic changes that capitalism introduced was that it drew women into social production on a large scale. Women no more worked as adjuncts to their husbands. The capitalists drew them into wage labor relations as independent individuals. Thus, women earned a wage of their own. But it would be wrong to presume that the participation of women in social production in itself constituted her emancipation. On the contrary, the participation of women as a social labor force was structured along a new sexual division of labor, which determined the form of patriarchal oppression under capitalism. Thus, one may say that the changes introduced by capitalism do not end patriarchy. Instead, capitalism creates the objective basis. It provides the maturation of social and economic conditions for the movement for women's emancipation. How did capitalism utilize patriarchy? 1. Though capitalism was born in the fight against feudalism, it also retained certain features of feudalism, albeit with certain modifications. It was not a thoroughgoing struggle in all spheres. The ideology of patriarchy, too, was utilized with certain modifications. The ideology of patriarchy under feudalism saw that nothing was paid for women's labor. But capitalism made wage payments for women's social labor. However, the socially average wage that women got varied from 1/4 to a half of the average wage of men in capitalist society in the initial period. Thus, patriarchal ideology contributed to the suppression of women's wages. It has provided for the extraction of super profits for the capitalists. Taken separately, her wages are inadequate for the reproduction of her labor power. Patriarchal ideology gives women's wages a supplementary status to the income of the male in the family. Thus, the widespread patriarchal notion that the male is the sole breadwinner while the woman only supplements her husband's income has gained credence. 2. Capitalism has drawn women into social production, but in doing so it has maintained a sexual division between male and female work. The work done by women under capitalism is an extension of her domestic work. For instance, women work as domestic servants, sweepers, garment workers, nurses, school teachers, clerks, salesgirls, secretaries, etc. Even when women are employed on the production line in textile, food processing, pharmaceutical, or electronics industries, a sexual division of labor is preserved in the respective factories. In the construction industry, in agriculture, etc., this neat division of work between men and women is maintained to the furthest extent possible. This is justified under various grounds, the most common being the presumption that women are incapable of doing physically exerting work, that they are better at work that requires a lot of patience, that their fingers are nimble, and they are adept at performing labor that involves minute physical movements, etc. Thus, capitalist patriarchy tries to preserve a so-called natural division of labor based on sex in social production. It is to its economic advantage that such a natural division between the sexes is reinforced, since it allows for the easy manipulation of wages. The sexual division of labor is also reflected in the distinction that is drawn between skilled and semi-skilled and unskilled work. Patriarchal ideology relegates women's labor as unskilled and semi-skilled justifying the low wages that are paid to her. This sexual division of labor, it must not be forgotten, varies from one individual sphere of production to the other, and from each individual unit to another unit within a particular sector of production. Thus, the sexual division which capitalism creates is arbitrary in that it varies from place to place. But behind this arbitrary division is the systematic attempt to enforce a status quo that is seemingly natural. 3. Ever since the formation of class society, domestic work has been the task of women. Under capitalism, while women were drawn into social production on an independent basis, the burden of domestic work has not been done away with entirely. Under capitalism, women are thereby involved in both social production as well as domestic work. The total amount of work that women do is far more than what men do. The two spheres of the economy, social and domestic, are based on a sexual division. The ideology of patriarchy still comes in the way of mutual sharing of domestic work. The male proletarian feels that his day is done after he slogs himself out in the factory. He does not feel the responsibility of partaking in domestic work. Patriarchal ideology benefits him by offering him the privilege of not participating in domestic work. At a time when women have been widely integrated into the working class, this ideology contributes to disunity in the proletariat along gender lines. Domestic work performed by women of the working class, whether such women are themselves workers or not, serves to replenish and rejuvenate the most important commodity in capitalist society, the labor power of workers. By cooking, washing, mending clothes, nursing sick, etc., women contribute in making labor power fit for sale. Further, the woman plays a key role in the reproduction of labor power. She carries the unborn fetus in her womb, suckles children and nourishes them so that they grow up to become proletarian men and women capable of replacing the worn-out and aged productive forces of capitalist society. Women's domestic work is therefore essential for the survival and continuation of the capitalist system. It replenishes and reproduces labor power for the capitalist. There is therefore a close interconnection between the two spheres of the economy, social production and domestic work. Social production rests on domestic work, and domestic work is undertaken by consuming wages, derived on the one hand by the men and women workers in order to purchase the daily necessities, and on the other hand by the labor of women in transforming these articles of necessity for the replenishment and reproduction of labor power. But capitalism, which depends also on the domestic work of women, has dubbed this sphere of the economy as inconsequential by taking advantage of patriarchal ideology. Domestic work performed by women has no social standing or value. It receives no payment. It is made to appear as if it has no social value. Yet the truth is that women's domestic work contributes to the creation of not only use values, but also in the creation of an exchange value. The labor power of the worker is a commodity. It has exchange value, and it becomes ready for exchange not on account of the mere purchase of articles of necessity by the worker through his or her wages, but also by the labors of women in the family in transforming these articles of necessity. Hence, it must be recognized that the capitalist, while exploiting the worker at the point of social production, at the same time indirectly exploits the domestic labor of women. 4. Capitalism needs a reserve army of labor. At times of rapid expansion of its economy, it has drawn women into social production. Housewives are roped into its social economy. Thus, women who do domestic work, in other words, housewives, are ready and available sources of surplus labor. This reserve army, with its big share of women, also serves as a means to keep the general price of labor down and to retrench the workforce at times of crisis. The patriarchal concept of housewife makes it easy for the working class to accept such dismissals. This is because her involvement in social production is considered as being incidental to her work as a housewife. 5. Home-based production under the aegis of capital is a form of capitalist organization that is tailor-made to extract surplus from women's labor. In India, bedi and agarbatti rolling, ready-made garments, condiments, embroidery, lace-making, etc. are either fully or partly organized on these lines. In a few capitalist countries, home-based production is extended to incorporate the watch and electronics industries too. In this form of production, the capitalist provides raw materials to women workers and the finished product is appropriated. Quite often, the capitalist relies on a network of contractors and subcontractors. Home-based production provides several advantages for the capitalist. The imprint of the concept of housewife doing some extra hours of work to supplement the male income is deeply ingrained in the consciousness of the worker's family under this system. Home-based production neatly fits with the feudal, patriarchal attitude that women should be confined to domestic work and childcare. Hence, this form of capitalist oppression satisfies conservative feudal attitudes of the Purdah system. Poor upper-caste women also prefer this form rather than go out and do work on the production line as a worker. Similarly, a large section of Muslim women workers are exploited through this form of capitalist production. Home-based production does not get the recognition that social production otherwise earns for itself. It also deprives women of the higher social or class consciousness that can ensue from modern large-scale industry. The atmosphere in which it is conducted, on the other hand, provides great scope for the capitalist to suppress wages. Home-based production has thus come to stay as a specific form of capitalist patriarchal exploitation of women's labor in the economy. Home-based production also multiplies the capitalist profits, as there is no extra infrastructural expenditure. 6. Capitalism thrives on the commodification of women. In the monopoly stage of capitalism, i.e., under imperialism, these forms of exploitation of women continue in an even more intensified form and on a global scale. Imperialism is exploiting women's labor not only in its home countries, but also in oppressed countries. Imperialists are encouraging the immigration of poor women from oppressed countries for low-paid domestic work. Further, it has taken the commodification of women's body to its penultimate by developing the tourism and entertainment media industries, reaping super profits from it. A virtual sex industry has come into being, earning enormous profits in which millions of women and girl children from oppressed countries have been ensnared under euphemisms like hostesses, housemaids, sex workers, and whatnot. Under imperialist globalization, all this is being reflected in a stark form. Thus, it is clear from the above 6 points that capitalism, especially in the imperialist stage, relies on the institution of patriarchy not only for the extraction of super profits, but also for its continuation as a social system. It further tries to utilize patriarchal ideology to create a division among the toilers along sexual lines. The unity of the proletariat and the success of the revolution led by the working class are closely dependent on and related to the emancipation of women from patriarchy. The condition of women is even worse in semi-feudal, semi-colonial societies. 3. Patriarchy in semi-feudal, semi-colonial India. India did not experience a thoroughgoing democratic revolution, but was occupied by British colonialists in the 18th century, who allied with the local feudal forces to maintain their rule over the subcontinent. British colonialism upheld all the reactionary feudal aspects of Indian society, including gender oppression. British colonial rule had a major impact on Indian society, including on women. For one, its economic policies led to a devastation of the agrarian economy and as artisan production leaving millions unemployed and impoverished. Women too lost their role in traditional domestic production, and the burden of poverty and destitution affected them most severely in the famines that marked colonial rule. The sale of girls into prostitution also became widespread. During British rule, the most reactionary forms of patriarchy were reinforced. At the same time, the British introduced certain structural changes in the economy. Land, which became a private property, was registered exclusively in the name of men. The development of cash crop production in large plantations led women from the impoverished sections to become wage laborers. The development of the railways, the setting up of textile and jute mills meant that the demand for labor increased. Women, too, became workers in these industries. Thus, in India, the female working class was born in the second half of the 19th century. The needs of British imperialism led to the growth of modern education by the end of the 19th century. Under the impact of the reform movement, women from the upper classes took to education and entered professions like teaching and nursing. Thus, aspects of capitalism were introduced, and the feudal economy modified to suit the changing needs of imperialism. After the withdrawal of the British in 1947, India became a semi-feudal, semi-colonial society under the rule of the big landlords and comprador bureaucratic bourgeoisie. With the aid of imperialism, they oppress the working class, peasantry, petty bourgeoisie, and national bourgeoisie. Even while feudalism remains the predominant social relation, capitalist relations have also spread, and the two coexist. Hence, in India, both the feudal as well as the capitalist varieties of patriarchy are visible. However, they do not exist as separate entities. Just like other aspects of the semi-feudal, semi-colonial structure, patriarchy exists in a combined form. It is with the help of this form of patriarchy that the landlords, compradors, and imperialists oppress India's women masses. But due to the uneven development of Indian society, patriarchal oppression has its specificities among the different classes, castes, and tribes. Its manifestations also vary in the big cities, in the towns, and in the vast rural areas. While in the big cities, and to an extent towns' influence of capitalist imperialist patriarchy is greater, in the villages, feudal patriarchal norms dominate more. The semi-feudal economy is the bastion for patriarchal oppression. Firstly, the landlord class cruelly exploits the labor of landless and poor peasant women. Secondly, semi-feudal relations in agriculture perpetuate small-scale production. This provides the basis for the household economy, and therein for the continuation of the family as a unit of production as well as consumption. This erects the patriarchal family structure of subordination of women and children. Thirdly, the semi-feudal economy thrives on an innumerable mass of small proprietors of land. It tends to limit the scope for social production, especially among women of the middle and rich peasantry. These three economic features of semi-feudalism prop up patriarchy not only in the base, but also strengthen it in the most reactionary manners in the superstructure. Antiquated gender values, the worst public insults on women, flagrant demands for sati by Hindu fascists. This entire spectrum of the reactionary political culture of patriarchy is sustained by this semi-feudal structure. In the interests of women, to release them from all forms of patriarchal bondage, feudalism has to be smashed. Among the various nomadic and settled tribal communities, too, by and large, patrilineal inheritance and patriarchy prevail, though in forms specific to the community's culture and way of life. Since private property has developed in these communities, they share the basic characteristics of class society, like monogamy/polygamy as well. Contrary to popular opinion regarding the sexual freedom available to tribal women, women in these communities, too, in fact, are subject to patriarchal domination and prejudice. Their role in social production is significant, and their labor is valued, yet women are denied ownership of the main means of production, land and cattle. Marriage and remarriage are determined by clan rules and customs, which restrict women's choice. Monogamy is strictly enforced for women, and a woman committing adultery is subject to severe punishment. Besides, the different tribes have specific customs which are aimed often in crude ways at asserting the subordinate position of women and the control of the patriarchs over their sexuality and mobility. In some of the tribal communities of the Northeast, like among the Khasis where matrilineage has prevailed, Today, it has been very much undermined by imperialist influence and the intervention of the comprador bourgeois Indian state with its patriarchal laws and policies. Capitalist development spawned by imperialism has a reactionary character. It does not contribute to the development of the country. The imperialists and compradors have drawn a small section of women into social production, but the worst kinds of patriarchal oppression have been introduced. Firstly, it has established a gender-based division of labor in the social economy. Secondly, it has kept the wages of women workers much below that of men. Thirdly, it has used the most repressive forms of labor exploitation in the export processing zones, in the garment sector, etc. Fourth, it has used the home-based production process to fleece out the maximum from women workers. Fifth, it has, while drawing women into social production, cared little to alleviate the domestic drudgery of women workers and employees. Sixth, it has used the unpaid domestic labor of women and children to keep the price of wages at the minimal. Seventh, in doing all this, imperialism and their compradors have utilized the most reactionary values of feudalism and have always sought to protect them. Furthermore, imperialism has been undertaking a cultural offensive consisting of utterly degenerate and often sexist values. It has not only given a new lease of life to patriarchy, but has made it all the more reactionary, violent, and criminal. Imperialism has promoted prostitution on a large scale by developing the sex industry to earn enormous profits. The women workers exploited by imperialism and comprador bureaucrat capital, the women dependents of male workers exploited by these classes, and the broad masses of Indian women who every day face the brunt of imperialist-sponsored patriarchy cannot find their emancipation unless imperialism and their compradors are destroyed. Chapter 2. Base, Superstructure, and Patriarchy. Does patriarchy belong to the base, or is it merely a superstructural phenomenon? This is an important question that needs an answer. It is a vital conceptual question concerning women's oppression. Our answer to this also has a direct bearing on the tactics and slogans employed by the proletariat in the fight against patriarchy. The general treatment of women's question by revisionist parties and some socialist feminists is to regard it as a superstructural phenomenon. This is a superficial view of women's oppression. The revisionists, while upholding the Marxist view that women's oppression emerged with class society, understand this in a mechanical way. According to them, patriarchy operates in the superstructure, in the realm of ideology, religion, culture, traditions, customs, law, family, etc., as a reflection of the exploitative class basis of society. Hence, one cannot think of fighting patriarchy as long as the economic basis is not radically transformed. Once the economic basis is changed, and a socialist economic basis is brought about, patriarchy will also disappear. This is a distortion and vulgarization of Marxism, a simplistic reduction of Marxism to economic determinism. The fight against patriarchy is postponed to an unknown future. Nay, it is totally abandoned, since revolution will change the economic basis and the entire superstructural edifice built on that base. Hence, in effect, class struggle and the struggle for women's emancipation do not get interconnected in practice. Some feminists are locating the roots of patriarchy in the family. By looking at the problem in this way, they are overlooking the fact that the family is itself based on certain economic and social processes. It is based on the very economic structure of society. It changes as the structure changes. By not giving due importance to the relation of the family to the wider economic political structure, they are also limiting their struggle to the realm of the superstructure. Patriarchy is not just a superstructural phenomenon that can be eliminated with the elimination of the economic basis, i.e., the exploitative class relations that constitute the base of any mode of production. Patriarchal relations are also economic relations. Relations of patriarchy means relations of subordination of women to men, and to the exploiting classes not only politically and culturally, but also economically and socially. Firstly, patriarchy, by denying women ownership rights over the means of production, provides the material basis for their exploitation. Patriarchy determines the fundamental relations of women to the means of production. The denial of the right of ownership and control over the chief means of production to women had determined women's place in society right from the time of the slave-owning society in the West and the Shudra-holding system in India, i.e., ever since the period of emergence of classes. Whereas, under feudalism, this right to property is openly denied to women as inscribed in the reactionary Manusmriti and other literature of the feudal period, capitalism does it more subtly, in more sophisticated ways. This could be seen from the 350-odd-year history of capitalist development in the West, where women had gained nothing significant in terms of ownership of the means of production. It is a hard fact of the economy that even to this day women own less than 1% of all property in the world, and in stark contrast, they perform 2/3 of all the work. Secondly, patriarchy determined the social division of labor along gender lines, the division between the domestic sphere and public sphere in which women are relegated to do domestic work while men are into social production, and then in social production itself, the division between women's jobs and men's jobs, which is made to appear natural, are manifestations of this. Thus, in both crucial aspects of the economy, control over means of production and division of labor, women's role and position are determined by patriarchy. A distinct division of economic activity also draws the relationship that women bear with men between the domestic and public spheres along gender lines. The economic fact underlying the question of the backwardness of women and the advancement of men is also related to the relationship that the sexes have towards domestic work. Domestic labor is a feature of the economy, and it is a feature which, to an important degree, characterizes the women in society. To sum up, actual ownership or control over the means of production, participation in social production on an equal footing with men, and abolition of division of labor along gender lines, and releasing women from domestic drudgery and transforming domestic work into the public domain with men partaking in the domestic work on an equal basis. Only these changes in the base will bring about the genuine liberation of women from patriarchy. For it is the above three features that constitute the material basis of patriarchy. Without bringing about these changes in the base, it is clear that, however much one may try to fill women in the public posts and legislative bodies, however fiercely we may struggle against the old ideas, customs, traditions, etc., in the cultural sphere, and whatever might be the position of women in judicial terms, there will not be any basic change in patriarchal oppression. Hence, our recognition of this important aspect, i.e., patriarchy being a feature of the base as well, will make a vast difference in our approach to the solution of the women's question and in our tactics of struggle both in the present stage of our revolution and after the victory of the revolution. Besides this, patriarchy as an ideology and as a social relation also operates at the realm of the superstructure. The relations within the family, the ideological framework developed through religion, education, law, custom, media, etc., reinforces and strengthens the patriarchal division of labor. Thus, we must never lose sight of the fact that patriarchy is a phenomenon that exploits women economically and oppresses them ideologically. Hence, patriarchy has to be tackled both at the base and at the superstructure. The war against patriarchal oppression should lead us into battle on both these fronts. Part 2. Economy. Chapter 3. Economic aspects of oppression and emancipation. 1. Domestic work. Let us trace the evolution and transformation in the nature of domestic work in order to understand it concretely today. Initially, when human beings lived in herds, there was no such thing as domestic work separately. Men and women together pursued occupations such as hunting, fishing, and food gathering in the beginning. Although women went on hunting expeditions often, they also stayed at home for considerable periods of time due to the need for bearing and rearing children. During this time, they engaged themselves in food gathering from the surrounding areas and later discovered agriculture and cattle rearing by learning the skill of domestication of animals. The first natural division of labor was that between the sexes in the pre-class society. Women were regarded in high esteem by society since human reproduction was considered as the most important and essential for social advancement. The discovery of agriculture and animal husbandry by women brought about a gradual change in the way of life ending nomadic life and leading to fixed settlements. In course of time, food production and cattle began to contribute more than hunting in the fulfillment of the food requirements of the society. Hence, the work performed by women at home in primitive society was an indispensable part, and a more important one at that, of the social production. It has no resemblance whatsoever to the domestic drudgery done in class society. Thus, until the introduction of the heavy plow and agriculture and animal husbandry, arose the domain of men with the dawn of class society, or so-called civilization. The domestic work of women had great social value and was the most important component of the total social wealth. Domestic work has a whole range of labor activities. If it means cooking, laundering, cleaning, sweeping, child-rearing, nursing, mending, buying rations, and other necessities for women of the proletarian and petty bourgeois classes. While for peasant women, the tasks are even more encompassing. Women wake up much before the men, and they go to sleep long after them. With the deepening ecological crisis, leading to the disappearance of village commons such as forests, pastures, tanks, and wells, women's domestic work has become all the more time-consuming and arduous. It has also led to the general decline of the nutritional standards of the poor and landless peasantry. The spread and penetration of capitalism, leading to the rise of the industrial and service sectors and to semi-feudal agriculture, has led to the drawing of women's labor into social production. The woman works not only in the house, but she also becomes a laborer, a worker or employee involved in social labor. While the capitalists and landlords draw her into the realm of social production, neither do these classes, nor does their state relieve her of her domestic burdens. In fact, the woman is a slave twice over. She is a paid slave outside the house and an unpaid slave within. Her participation in social production does not appear as a boon, but an additional burden. Domestic work and social production are a double burden on women. This is how Lenin described domestic work and its impact on women in capitalist society.
Notwithstanding all the laws of emancipating women, she continues to be a domestic slave, because petty housework crushes, strangles, stultifies, and degrades her, chains her to the kitchen and the nursery, and she wastes her labor on petty, nerve-wracking, stultifying, and crushing drudgery.
The Communist Party, through its trade unions, peasant organizations, and women's organizations, should fight for the reduction of domestic burden on women. It should struggle for adequate compensation and facilities from the government and the capitalists in order to ease their domestic drudgery. Following the revolution, except for postnatal care that mothers have to perform, and a few such similar functions, a good deal of private domestic work can be reorganized into the sphere of the social service sector, such as creches for children, food at schools, hygienic eating houses for the community, community-based laundries, cooperative cattle sheds, sheep pens and pigsties, adequate piped water supply to houses, village-level Gobar gas-based fuel supply, etc. All this, and the granting of paid leave during and after pregnancy for all women, whether in the villages or towns and cities, can go a long way in reducing the domestic burden on women. But all these demands can only be fully realized with the success of the Indian New Democratic Revolution. Another important aspect, which the proletariat must take up, is to fight the patriarchal notion that domestic work is to be undertaken by women alone. While creating awareness among women about this, it is necessary for the party to first educate its cadres about male prejudices in this regard. Then it has to systematically mobilize men to share domestic work with women. This is, however, a long-drawn process. It will have to involve education campaigns and solidarity campaigns, coupled with struggles of persuasion. While this is a protracted task and the objective basis for this to be implemented on a wide scale can come about only with the advance of socialism, this need not be an excuse to put off the campaign against patriarchal values in domestic work to some future date. It can be initiated in our party, mass organizations, and among the masses right now, on a small scale though, particularly in our guerrilla zones and prospective base areas. 2. Social production. We have already looked into some of the key aspects concerning patriarchy and social production. The confining of women to the domestic sphere stultifies their thinking and narrows their consciousness. Contrary to this, the participation of women in social production opens up their social consciousness and develops their class thinking. It makes them understand the class roots of their enslavement. This motivates their participation in political struggle, and it makes them understand as to who really benefits from their domestic slavery. Friedrich Engels said,
To emancipate woman and make her the equal of man is and remains an impossibility so long as the woman is shut out from social productive labor. The emancipation of woman will only be possible when women can take part in production on a large social scale, and domestic work no longer claims anything but an insignificant part of her time.
Capitalism has objectively played the role in bringing about this transformation in women. Yet, at the same time, the continuation of patriarchal ideology, concepts such as the male breadwinner and the female housewife, etc., discrimination along sexual lines in the realm of social production, home-based production, and so on, have contributed to patriarchal oppression in the sphere of social production too. The notion that the participation of women in social production would lead to their emancipation, which some economic determinists had been exclusively emphasizing in the name of Marxism, has clearly proved to be inadequate. Such an idea is mechanistic. Engels, it must be remembered, had nothing to do with the deterministic distorters of Marxism. He states in very clear terms,
The introduction of the entire female sex into public industry is the first premise for the emancipation of women.
We must emphasize that women ought to participate in social production. In this regard, we must fight the feudal purdah system, which confines women to the domestic realm. But in doing so, we must identify and fight against the sexual division of labor in social production and such other patriarchal practices too. In today's society, while women have come out in large numbers and participate in social production, yet they continue to perform those jobs, which are tailor-made to suit their female nature. This is nothing but an attempt to keep the woman submissive and docile by imposing norms of patriarchy. Few women, after many personal struggles, have been able to break this stereotype. In the realm of agriculture, this division is firmly stamped. Women perform particular agricultural labor operations, while men perform certain others. All agricultural operations using oxen are the preserve of men. Seeding, transplanting, weeding, harvesting, and winnowing are generally female jobs. The entry of agricultural machinery and capitalist methods renders a number of manual labor operations superfluous. Yet this affects women in a particularly patriarchal way. Agricultural activities involving the use of machinery are generally performed by men. Hence, tractor and tiller operations, spraying, threshing, hulling, transplanting, etc., are done by men, leading to the general erosion of manual labor on the fields and the elimination of women's labor in particular from a good number of agricultural operations. During the course of the world wars in the imperialist countries, when there was widespread mobilization of men for the front, women were encouraged to take to plowing, male assembly line production tasks, or other male managerial jobs. Women took this challenge, compelled by objective conditions. The male stamp on labor differentiation, it was soon proved, was not natural but socially created. Yet as soon as the wars ceased and men returned from the front, the women vacated these male jobs and went back to their female preserves. Yet this proved one thing, that women can perform all those jobs which men claim only they are capable of on a social scale. Thus, the difference between male and female work, on whatever criteria it may be based, that of physical prowess as feudalism does or skill as capitalism does, is nothing but patriarchal prejudice. Another important repository of male prejudice has been the trade union movement. Unions have seldom questioned patriarchal forms of capitalist exploitation of the women proletariat. They have also discouraged women's participation in the trade union movement itself, sending her packing to attend to the domestic chores that await her in her home, thereby providing the menfolk alone the privilege of discussing politics and fighting the capitalists. Yet another feature of patriarchy in social production is the surrender of wages that women receive to the male head of the house. Hence, there is a double alienation that women experience. Firstly, as agricultural laborers and industrial workers, the product is alienated from them by the landlord or the capitalist. Then their wage is alienated from them by the male head of the house. This practice simultaneously damages even that social consciousness which women develop out of their participation in social production. This deprivation of wages takes place in two different forms. One is the more brazen manner of forcing its surrender. The second is subtler. The male wage earner so manipulates the domestic situation that the woman's income is spent on domestic needs, and the male wage earner keeps the privilege of spending his money for his fads and to accumulate property or wealth. In short, his wage belongs to him while her wage belongs to the whole family. Another important aspect concerning social production is that women have only had to toil, but have not been allowed the right of owning property. Under feudalism, all the means of production were owned by men of the feudal classes. Women of the feudal classes shared the fruits of toil of the peasantry, but were generally not allowed to enjoy rights over property. The forfeiture of property which commenced with the origin of private property has continued right into the feudal period as a law of class society. While capitalism does not legally deny a woman from owning property, in practice, the reality is that property is owned and transacted by the males. It is this dispossession of all forms of social wealth which reinforces the act of depriving the woman of her wages too. Thus, bourgeois democracy, which professes to ensure women equal rights over property, is only a sham. The Communist Party must encourage women to participate in social production. But it must be remembered that women's participation in social production by itself cannot serve as a guarantee against patriarchy. It lays a sound economic foundation for the fight against patriarchy. In this sense, it serves as an economic precondition. At the same time, we must remember that social production itself is structured along gender lines. The party, its trade union movement, the peasant movement, and women's movement must fight against this. Of immediate importance is the need for the revolutionary women's movement to pay attention to the retention of wages in the hands of women and the exercise of her independent will in spending it. The proletariat should uphold the democratic right of all women to hold property and obtain equal share in all ancestral property. Every individual plot that is distributed should be registered by the Revolutionary Peasant Committees separately on a 50-50 basis in the name of the wife and the husband, or, if the people prefer it otherwise, then under the joint names of the husband and the wife, and in case of disagreement between the wife and husband leading possibly to divorce, she will get her claim of 50% of the property that was distributed by the revolutionary movement. The struggle along these lines in the realm of social production can go a long way in enthusing the women masses to rise up, arms in hand, and fight for the victory of the new democratic revolution. 3. Family and marriage. The family also, like other social institutions, has undergone transformation with broader changes in the social structure. The monogamous family, as we have already seen from Engels, came into existence with the development of private property. There are two aspects about the monogamous family that needs to be looked into. On the one hand is its role in the economy, and on the other its role in instituting patriarchy. The Punaleuan and pairing families were the basic economic units of society from the time of the upper stages of hunting-foraging. The monogamous family operated as a unit of production and consumption in the period of the natural economy. Production was organized on the basis of family units. Tenants and artisans undertook production by relying on family labor. Bonded laborers were tied to the feudal families, again on a family basis. The surplus they produced was reaped by the families of the landlords. The ownership of feudal property, as much as the extraction of surplus, was family-based. The level of development of the means of production dictated the individual nature of production. This, in turn, made the family the unit of production under feudalism. Whether it was in the families of the landlords or the families of the peasantry, all consumption was undertaken by the family as a unit. But with the development of capitalism and the replacement of the former means of production with machines, and therein the commencement of mass production, there was a socialization of labor. Hundreds of workers were concentrated at one place. Production was no longer organized on a family basis. Capitalism broke up and dispersed the former family-based system of production, but most consumption took place with the family serving as a unit. It could be the paying of rent, it could be the purchase of groceries. These expenditures are made for the family as a unit. To this extent, the roots of the family in the economic base of society, in the spheres of production and consumption as a unit, was weakened. But did the new mode of capitalist production altogether eliminate the economic role of the family? It would be wrong to say so. Domestic labor, as we have already seen, plays a vital role in capitalism. It is the second pole of the economy. The first is the public pole, which involves a considerable amount of labor activity. Domestic labor operates within the domain of the family. It plays the vital role of replenishing and reproducing labor power. The capitalist system relies on domestic labor also for its reproduction. Thus, the economic role of the family has been retained, and it will continue to play its role in the base under capitalism. Engels has said of the monogamous family that monogamy does not by any means make its appearance in history as the reconciliation of man and woman, still less the highest form of such reconciliation. On the contrary, it appears as the subjection of one sex by the other, as the proclamation of a conflict between the sexes entirely unknown hitherto in prehistoric times. The monogamous family under class society has remained a bulwark of patriarchy. The monogamous family in feudal society is structured like the feudal estate. There is the patriarch that presides over the family. The woman and children are his subjects and have to serve and attend on him. Whatever income the wife and children earn must be surrendered to him. He takes no part in domestic work. He has to be first attended to. His word is law within the family. He not only pronounces judgments but also executes punishments. He uses violence to keep his subjects in order. He is the lord and master of his fiefdom, the family. The patriarchal severity of the feudal family becomes less rigid as one descends the ladder of the social hierarchy of feudal society. Yet even among the propertyless oppressed classes and castes, these patriarchal relations are generally reflected. Under capitalism, certain liberal influences might have seeped in. Yet the division of work between the man and the woman is retained, rather reinforced in the form of a capitalist contract, and with it the essential aspects of a patriarchal relationship continue within the family. In Indian society, marriage is generally patrilocal. As a girl, she depends on her father. In marriage, she lives in the shadow of her husband, and with the death of her husband, she falls back on her sons. Throughout her life, the woman is like a creeper needing patriarchal support. Marriages are basically arranged. Choice of the couple, and more so, the acceptance of the bride, is not taken into consideration in finalizing a marriage. In India, marriage has increasingly become a means of extracting money from the family of the bride. Dowry has become the central question in transacting a marriage. Former traditions, such as the payment of bride price, have almost vanished. Quite often, it is the dowry that is more important for the groom's family than the bride. Dowry is the open sore of monogamous marriage in a society where market relations have spread. The present-day marriage and family, both are extremely oppressive on women. That apart, the family is the institution through which the ruling classes win support for their patriarchal ideology among males. In a society of class oppression, in a society ridden by caste oppression, the privilege which the patriarchal monogamous marriage bestows upon the men of the oppressed classes is what has kept the institution of patriarchy alive and going for the ruling classes. Without the structure of today's oppressive family, without the hypocrisy of marriages that make such families, social sanction for the patriarchal ideas of the ruling classes could not have been achieved. It is in the family, as a girl, that one learns to be submissive, and it is in the family as a boy that one learns to force out such submission. Hence, any attempt to win real democracy for the people should strike at the roots of the patriarchal relations within the family. It is only when the family ceases to play the economic role and it passes from being an institution of the base into that of merely the superstructure that one can envisage a change in it. Only that can cause the collapse of patriarchy within the family and lead to its democratization. After the revolution, the Communist Party must, as a matter of policy, unburden women of their domestic work, not by merely calling upon men to share the drudgery, but by devising measures to draw it out from the domestic into the public sphere of the economy. Women must be liberated in the fullest sense of the term from domestic drudgery, organized as it is within the confines of the household. Only then can their participation in social production be meaningful and encourage their achievement of social equality with men. Thus, we are not against the institution of marriage itself, but against the patriarchal structure of the monogamous family. We must fight for the replacement of marriage by arrangement to marriage by free choice. In our country, this should also mean solid backing and encouragement for marriages irrespective of caste, creed, religion, and nationality, and more so when such marriages are with Dalits. Marriage itself has to cease being performed as a feudal ritual. Dowry must be banned in our guerrilla zones and divorce procedures must be made less cumbersome for women. All patriarchal privileges and attitudes, including wife and child bashing that prosper in the family, must be resisted by a sustained campaign of educate, persuade, struggle. A composite package of economic measures, which by itself would require the success of the social revolution, legislation and consciousness raising through the women's struggle and education to remold the outlook of men only, can transform patriarchal monogamy that ties down women within the family and acts as a drag on the otherwise progressive thinking of oppressed men. What has to be smashed is the vice-like patriarchal grip over the monogamous family. All encumbrances for the realization of democratic relations must be destroyed. The family must be built on the basis of fullest equality, love, and sharing. From being a fortress of patriarchy among the people, the new monogamous family must unshackle the woman and elevate the man to dignity. Part 3. Culture. Chapter 4. Patriarchal culture, gender discrimination, and domination. The discrimination against women is the central theme that pervades patriarchal culture. The culture of patriarchy derives strength from the economic role of patriarchy, and in turn, it reinforces patriarchal relations in the economy. The existence of patriarchy in the economy and in culture assists the class exploitation of landlords and capitalists. Among the broad masses of men, patriarchy is found to exist in various forms. Male chauvinism and male prejudice are the most prevalent forms. Conscious efforts to overcome patriarchal attitudes and values are lacking even among progressive sections of men who, in the normal course, support the demands of the women's movement. Male chauvinism is the expression of misogyny. From Manu in the early centuries of the first millennium AD to the religious bigots, these male chauvinists all believe in the suppression of women. This is a fascist patriarchal creed. Most male members of the masses, including men who belong to the working class and poor peasantry, can be said to have this male prejudice. And as regards the progressive male fellow travelers who are frequently encountered in the social struggle, the neglect of the women's question in their writings, speeches, and practice is only one other way that extends the life of patriarchy. Among the masses of women, there is a contradictory state of affairs. While some are clearly anti-patriarchal, a good deal still entertain pro-patriarchal views. Patriarchy operates with their consent and complicity. The strong entrenchment of patriarchy in economy and society has caused such women to internalize patriarchal values and attitudes. This is also theorized by male patriarchs as woman is the enemy of woman. It is handed out as evidence that it is not men but women who impose patriarchy. The internalization by women of patriarchal values is also an important dimension of patriarchal culture and is an immediate hurdle that the women's liberation movement has to encounter. 1. Education. The female literacy rate in India is much lower than the male literacy rate. At times of groom hunting and matchmaking among the urban petty bourgeoisie, care is taken to see that the educational level of the prospective bride does not surpass that of the groom. Education is a male privilege. It is one long battle with patriarchy for the girl child in order to continue with her education. With the commercialization of education and the escalation in expenditure, even middle-class families frequently deprive daughters of it, opting to rather educate their sons. The textbooks represent patriarchal values. Content of schooling is patriarchal. Factors such as gender-based harassment, the different games that are taught for the two sexes, and the discrimination rampant in extracurricular aspects of the learning environment are equally important factors in structuring the consciousness of girls and boys along entirely different lines. It would be no exaggeration to say that as far as women are concerned, education and employment are frequently seen as a means for their marriage, as temporary engagements. The main vocation of women in life are considered as marriage, acquiring a family, tending the old and sick husband, child-rearing, etc. 2. Media. The mass media is an apparatus which is controlled basically by the imperialists, the big compradors, and the state on behalf of the Indian ruling classes. Mass media that are not directly controlled by these classes also generally tend to serve them. These classes exercise their monopoly in the mass media. The visual media and graphics in the print media are overtly sexist. The themes that are churned out in the TV serials act as a powerful means to reinforce ideas of male hegemony. The visual media dishes out a good amount of what one may call family-based sentimental drama, in which the feudal and capitalist stereotyping of women takes place. The dance sequences and the lyrics go a long way in projecting the woman as a sex object. In the wake of globalization, the deeper penetration and the more extensive spread of imperialist exploitation in the Third World, not only has the imperialist media imposed white characters as heroes/heroines of black, brown, and yellow peoples, it has rammed down its own racist notions of beauty. Sexism in the daily media and pornography is growing. The advertising agencies have spread consumerism, they have disseminated an illusory upper-class lifestyle, and in doing so they have used the woman's body to sell in a market glutted with indisposable wares. Consumption of a range of beauty care products, home appliances, and semi-processed or fully processed food products is made out to be the road to women's emancipation. The whole world that the mass media is bothered about is that of the urban and rural rich. It has hardly ever tried to portray the life and the problems of peasant women, or that of the female working class. It is the task of the revolutionary movement to fight all these patriarchal distortions and monstrosities that is disseminated by the mass media. The women's emancipatory movement must develop radical alternative content in the mass communication it undertakes. 3. Religion and religious chauvinism. All the early religions that were born did so as part of the rise and establishment of early class societies. Religion is an ideological weapon for the exploiting classes. All these religious systems came up in the course of the rise of private property and monogamy. All these religions therefore reflect to a varying degree powerful patriarchal views. Religion, which sanctified exploitative social relations, also sanctified oppressive patriarchal relations. All the sacred tracts of these religious systems deify motherhood and woman's submission to man. At the same time, there have been other religions, such as Sikhism, which came up at the point of growing opposition to the feudal social system. There were also many dissenting faiths within the major religious systems, such as Protestantism, Veerashaivism, and the Bhakti tradition. Some of these faiths had women saints such as an Akama and a Mirabai. While these reform movements did oppose certain practices of patriarchy and played a progressive role as far as women were also concerned, they did not, however, question the basic patriarchal tenets that religion had established. They soon became, after the initial reformist upsurge, brazen perpetrators of male hegemonic thought. Due to the idealist solutions that religions have offered women, and due to their deification of the patriarch and the sanctification of male domination, it is impossible for women to find the way to emancipation through religion. In fact, one of the tasks of the revolutionary women's movement is to fight patriarchal notions enshrined in various religious systems. The chauvinist and menacingly anti-woman face of religion becomes obvious. This is when it turns fascistic. At such times as is the case with Hindu communalism in India, the entire attempt, while targeting religious minorities, the oppressed castes, and the democratic forces, is to curtail even those nominal hard-won freedoms which women have come to enjoy. The entire attempt of Hindutva is to make Indian women docile Sitas and submissive Savitris. The Hindutva Brigade, led by the RSS-4, has taken up a sustained campaign of remolding the consciousness of India's women. According to them, Hindu women should confine themselves to the kitchen, children, and religion, and must be loyal to and worshipful of the husband. Social ostracization of women is recommended in the name of purity, security, and morality. Upholding Manusmruti, RSS ideology seeks to subordinate and rule women through notions of sacrifice to the family and state. It has formed organizations such as the Durga Vahini and Bharatiya Mahila Morcha, with retrogressive elite and petty bourgeois women who lead anti-women, anti-people campaigns under the garb of Hindu custom, Hindu religion, and Hindu Rashtra. These organizations, along with their parent organizations of RSS, Bajrang Dal, etc., justify dowry system, glorify sati, and being communal and casteist, are vociferously anti-women as they speak in favor of the molestation and rape of Muslim women, and also the rape of Dalit women by upper caste men. They encourage and revive anti-women practices of child marriage, witch hunting, and Devadasi system, in addition to sati. The threat of Hindu communalism, combined with the reactionary content of religion as such, has resulted in the growth of Muslim religious fundamentalism. This seeks to curtail women's rights, imposes dress codes, restricts her movement, hails complete submission to the men in the family, and restricts her right to education and work. They also oppose women's right to property, divorce, and maintenance, and are tightening their grip over poor Muslim women, utilizing the constant Hindu communal threat. 4. The Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh is a Hindu nationalist organization founded in 1925 that has close ties with a family of similar political groups, including the modern-day Hindu fascist Bharatiya Janata Party, BJP, which as of 2024 is the ruling party of India under Prime Minister Narendra Modi. While all religious fundamentalisms have to be necessarily condemned, Hindu communalism with its fascist threat is the main danger and must be thoroughly exposed and strongly countered. In the backward countries, imperialism thrives by sustaining religious practices by colluding with fundamentalist forces whenever its such actions suit imperialist interests. Hence, the revolutionary women's movement should fight patriarchal, retrogressive, communal onslaught on women. 4. Caste. The caste system in India is another oppressive institution. Coming into existence as a social system with the establishment of the feudal mode of production, thereby creating a caste-based feudalism in India, the caste hierarchy, with purity pollution criteria and untouchability, was institutionalized in order to benefit the rule of the upper castes, particularly the Brahmins. The caste system, with its strict rules of marriage and kinship, was utilized by the upper castes to regulate their privileged position in society and their monopoly over social wealth. Caste became the vehicle, along with monogamy, for deciding the line of transfer of property from one generation to the next, and regulated reproduction meant confining women, which in turn helped male hegemonic control over women. Men of the upper castes are allowed to have sexual relations with women of the oppressed castes. If women of the upper castes develop a sexual relationship with men of the oppressed castes, more so with Dalits, this is dealt with most severely, and the woman is either killed or excommunicated. Thus, the children she will bring into the world will not get any property. This is how the oppressed castes have not been allowed a share in the monopoly of property of the upper castes. Of all the oppressed women, Dalit women are the most oppressed and constitute the lowest rung in the social order. Dalit women, the vast majority of whom are poverty-stricken and property-less as a community, suffer not only from class exploitation, but also from caste oppression with its blatant patriarchal overtones. It is Dalit women who are mainly subjected to most abominable forms of sexual harassment and rape in villages, who are paraded naked, stoned to death as witches, turned into devoteesses to satisfy the lust of upper caste class men, and endure the total brunt of caste and state violence. Caste is thus an institution which serves to promote patriarchy. It feeds on patriarchy, and in turn it feeds patriarchy. The two have a symbiotic relationship. The smashing of the caste system and the destruction of untouchability, which is its most cruel face, should also be the concern of the revolutionary women's movement. It is a precondition for democracy, and it is a precondition for marriage by free choice. 5. Law. The legal system of any society is fashioned in order to protect the property of the ruling classes, in order to iron out obstructions in the further accumulation of such property. The laws of feudal and capitalist societies also prop up patriarchy. Bourgeois law was only another means to ensure the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie in the name of democracy. The legal system of any bourgeois society contains this contradiction between appearance and essence. All this holds good for the women's question, too. The law has proved to be an accomplice to the dowry killings, to the rapes, to wife-bashing, to Eve-teasing, to gender-based and sexual harassment, to pornography, to prostitution and trafficking in women, to sati killings, to child marriages, to the retrenchment of married women from factories, to the dismissal of female factory workers, to making divorce procedures hopelessly complicated and protracted, to allowing women no share in property, etc. Blatantly unjust laws like the law on restitution of conjugal rights, which only seeks to force the woman to comply with the sexual need of the husband before a judicial separation has been obtained, also exist. Further, the so-called freedom of religion that sustains and justifies women's oppression as a divine order has denied women equal rights in property, equal rights within the family, right to decide where women will reside after marriage, for some the right to maintenance, for some the right to divorce, and some the right to adoption, etc. The women's rights are accordingly governed and curbed by these varied personal laws, depending on which community she hails from. Women's organizations have been demanding that these unequal and unjust personal laws be scrapped and an egalitarian code upholding the democratic rights of women be made applicable to all women, irrespective of community. But the state deliberately acts helpless and incapable of intervening in personal laws. Taking advantage of the situation, Hindu communal organizations have been proposing a uniform civil code, which in essence is a Hindu code based on Manu's anti-women laws. The law cannot ensure the emancipation of women. It is only the collective action of the masses of women against patriarchal, feudal, and imperialist oppression that can ensure their liberation. Legislations favorable to women are the result of struggles that women have waged, and particular acts are the byproduct of the history of the women's movement in a particular country. These legislations, despite their inbuilt loopholes, are advantageous to women in their day-to-day struggles. They must be utilized by the women's movement, but not in a manner that drowns the aspiration for women's equality in the achievement of a few legally sanctioned reforms. Instead, they must be utilized in a manner that exhausts these legislations and re-emphasizes the need to advance the revolutionary women's movement so that it partakes in smashing the legal superstructure that patriarchy has enshrined. The recourse to legal redress for patriarchal abuses in a country, which is quietly being embraced by fascism, can be short-lived and frustrating. In a country like India, with a semi-feudal and semi-colonial social structure interwoven with a strong texture of patriarchy, caste oppression, national oppression, and Hindu communalism, the shallowness of pro-women legislations is exposed to all the women of the country by the misogynic doings and bankruptcy of the black-robed patriarchs. 6. Motherhood. What lies at the heart of the concept of motherhood are the notions that conceiving and rearing children are the major tasks and virtues in a woman's life. The woman, no doubt, has a major role in reproduction, owing to the biological structure of her body, but motherhood as a concept thereby goes to emphasize that her very social mission is to bring forth progeny and nurture them through life. Motherhood, as it is in vogue today, is a patriarchal concept that came into existence in the early period of class society and was particularly emphasized during the entire period of feudalism. Pre-class conceptions of motherhood, evident from the mother goddess icons, represent an altogether different view. It provided for respect and higher status in the community in consensus with her special ability and role in reproduction. Women's added responsibility of giving birth to children was a socially recognized labor, and the motherhood concept, which existed, then did not seek to restrain her otherwise. But in class society, the concept of motherhood undertakes a task to narrow women's vision and restrict her role in society to solely that of the family. Under a monogamous system of marriage, in an environment of natural economy, private property, and class exploitation, the number of male children a man had was a sure means and indication of his wealth and strength. To make matters worse, motherhood, it must not be forgotten, is hailed only if she had male children. Women who did not conceive were declared as barren, and their lives would become one hell. Patriarchal prejudice has it that the woman is barren and not the man. Given the patriarchal environment, the lack of children or male offspring also provides men with a ready-made excuse to go in for a second or third marriage. The concept of motherhood basically served to delineate upper-class women from social production, and though the vast majority of oppressed class women continue to be engaged in social production, this ideological concept has got extended to subsume their role in the economy. Their fundamental role is seen as that of a wife and mother in the family. Motherhood concept, thus, is a double-edged weapon that cows down women, keeps them chained to the family, and at the same time uses their primarily homemaker's image to pay lower wages both under feudal and capitalist mode of production to ignore her contribution to the economy by way of domestic production. Further, much glorified motherhood theory tries to pull wool over the women's eyes to the bare facts of her extended exploitation as unpaid domestic laborers in the indirect service of market and profit. Hence, it is the imperative of the revolutionary women's movement to question the concept of motherhood, which reduces a woman's striving in life to her task of reproduction and narrow family spheres. 7. Widows, spinsters, and single women. Patriarchy, particularly of the feudal variety, has developed die-hard attitudes towards widows, spinsters, and single women. Capitalism has trimmed some of the more visible and outrageous conduct in this regard, but has retained the core. Indian women's already lowered status on account of being a woman further gets reduced to the dust with widowhood. Sati was the solution that Indian feudalism created for widows. The woman had to either throw herself in the funeral pyre of her husband, or else she had to bury herself alive in the same grave that was dug for him. Sati was one cruel way of regulating reproduction, and thus the passage of private property down the established patrilineal line. It was for the very same purpose that the Brahmins also tonsured the widow and rid her of her ornaments and colorful flowers or clothes. It was for the same reasons that divorce did not exist in the feudal period. Wedlock was for life and beyond it. It was an eternal bond. The backward castes, however, did not tonsure women, but put to practice some of the other dreadful acts against widows. The oppressed castes at the bottom of the caste hierarchy did neither. The reason is that they had nothing to transfer in the form of property. Hence, Dalits and other oppressed castes also practiced widow remarriage and had a divorce code. Sati and female tonsuring have generally faded out in India. Yet the Hindu communal male fascists who burnt Rup Kanwar at the stake are attempting to turn the wheels of history back. India's patriarchal culture discriminates severely against single women, the underlying idea being that a woman should always live in the shadow of a man, her father, husband, or son. She is afforded no independent existence. Hence, male prejudice tends to harass all categories of single women: widows, divorcees, spinsters, and those deserted by their husbands, even more so if they manage their lives by themselves for any given length of time. Their attempt to lead an independent life is generally not tolerated. It is difficult for single women with or without children to rent a house, retain property, or lead a life free from patriarchal social pressures. The patriarchal attitude that is built around such single women is to either somehow coerce them into sexual submission and thus into some kind of prostitution if possible, or to get them married if they are unmarried single women. Owing to much physical and mental abuse and gross indifference and irresponsibility of the men concerned generally, many households are headed by single women, but they are not given adequate recognition or support by the government. They are completely ignored or deceived and exploited during compensation and rehabilitation programs especially, or during implementation of certain schemes. Due to these added burdens that single women suffer, and taking into account their courage and will to survive on their own despite it, the revolutionary women's movement should pay special attention to their problems and rally such women against the exploitative social system. 8. Gender stereotypes. Gender discrimination has created certain fixed stereotypes. When one conceives of the virtues of man, they have to be boldness, innovation, outspokenness, rationality, broad-mindedness, etc. When one conceives of the virtues of women, they have to be submission, loyalty, shyness, silence, emotionality, sentimentality, etc. Such virtues attribute a kind of natural quality to what is, after all, a result of social acculturation of the male and female psyches. The political struggle against patriarchy is to contend with such gender-biased stereotyping. It must be remembered that while we have touched upon some of the more important issues, the question of violence and sexual morality will be dealt with separately, this list is far from exhaustive. Gender bias has flooded our culture. It is as pervasive as it is powerful. The women's movement must study these and other questions in greater detail, arrive at a correct summing up of these cultural manifestations, and draw up appropriate measures and means to combat them. Chapter 5. The Sexual Morality of Patriarchy. Engels said that the monogamous marriage did not mean sexual fidelity. On the contrary, while the man always demanded fidelity from his wife, he, on his part, continued to successfully break it. When we speak of the sexual morality of patriarchy, we must first underline the double standards evident in it. Patriarchy continuously seeks to obtain the loyalty and fidelity of women through ideological and physical coercion. The woman has no right whatsoever over her body. She is treated as the most private of all private property. Her body belongs to the man who owns her whole and soul. She is to act according to his dictates. While adultery by men goes unchecked and is justified as something natural to which women need to adjust and not raise a hue and cry, adultery or even traces of it by women is an unpardonable crime. In fact, feudal sexual morality always held that man in high esteem who had the greatest number of concubines. It was a part of the ruling feudal culture to have uninhibited and forced sex. Feudal class women were mute witnesses to the sexual escapades and the harems of their husbands. Virginity is also made a great virtue, and virginity tests are conducted by some to ensure the sexual purity of women before marriage and even for some jobs. But premarital sex by men is a casual, understandable phenomenon. All this is not to hold aloft the theory of free sex, for free sex ultimately treats both the woman's and man's body as market commodities operating by need and in pursuance of pleasure rather than any seriousness and commitment in building deep, meaningful relationships. But one should note that as long as marriage is not based on mutual love and respect, and as long as the family is structured on patriarchal lines, with the woman being at the beck and call of her husband, real equality and thus mutual trust and love cannot be realized. Another overt, dark, and despicable aspect to this double talk on sexual morality is the naked reality of prostitution, promoted and institutionalized by feudalism, and now turned into a highly profitable global industry by capitalism. Stringent sexual codes on women and family go hand in hand with adultery and rape of women by men in society. And as if that would not suffice, women mainly from oppressed classes and castes are compelled to offer or sell their bodies for a price, to sexually gratify men whose sexual greed is taken for granted. The Devadasi or Basavi cult was institutionalized by the feudal ruling classes in which the Brahmins had no small role to play. Appropriating forms of worship that were in vogue among the Dravidian matrilineal primitive communist tribes, the Basavi cult was allowed to continue in the new social setting. But now the Basavis have lost their former social standing. Drawn from the oppressed castes, Basavis were married off to the gods. With the development of the commodity economy, the onset of capitalism, and the ravages caused by colonialism and imperialism, the Basavi system was drawn into the sphere of organized prostitution. Imperialist plunder coupled with feudal strangulation of India has taken a heavy toll on the peasant and artisan masses, as well as working-class families. Due to eco-destruction and a host of other similar reasons, several Lok people have been uprooted from villages. Not all of them have found gainful employment. A good number of young women from such rural families end up selling their bodies to stay alive. With the growing tourism and hotel industries, child prostitution also has become a rising phenomenon in the country. Particularly with the development of monopoly capitalism, sex, like religion earlier and liquor now, has been made into a new opiate of the masses. This is how Lenin described sex under capitalism.
Dissoluteness in sexual life is bourgeois, is a phenomenon of decay. The proletariat is a rising class. It doesn't need intoxication or a stimulus. Intoxication as little by sexual exaggeration as by alcohol.
It is the ideology of patriarchy promoted by pornographic mass media, overtly and covertly, and shared by the masses of men that has made them customers of sex. Prostitution is a process that demeans and dehumanizes the women concerned, and consequently the men too. Women and children caught in the web of prostitution have no recourse to law, any comfort or relief from society. They have to constantly undergo the harassment of lumpens, brothel owners, pimps, and police. With most of them in the hard clutches of organized prostitution by professional traffickers of women, they can hardly ever escape or dream of a decent life. Many die young due to dreaded diseases for which there is no medical assistance. Used but unwanted, they form the scum of the society, for whom none care. The revolutionary women's movement must undertake extensive propaganda on the question targeting ruling class policies and patriarchy as the cause for prostitution. The solution, as some imperialist agencies promote, does not lie in changing their names to commercial sex workers, or in legalizing prostitution and providing some medical benefits thereafter. As long as women can be bought and sold, there can be no respect for them as human beings. While demands and struggles to improve the desperate conditions of women in prostitution should continue by organizing them, the direction should be to rehabilitate them and not endorse the phenomenon by any means. The role of the state and ruling classes in promoting sex as an industry should be exposed. The perspective should be to transform the very socio-economic structure such that no woman ever need sell herself, body and soul to make a living. The debate on the sexual morality of patriarchy should also make a mention of lesbianism, for it is also a question of woman's right over self. Lesbianism, one should note, is also a product of patriarchal oppression. It stands against the notion of patriarchal family and women's oppression within. The violent opposition to lesbianism as something unnatural, destructive, and perverse springs mainly from this fact. The simultaneous use of lesbianism by ruling classes to promote the imperialist sex market through degenerate culture, thereby distorting women's perception of freedom in order to divert attention from real solutions to women's oppression, needs to be exposed and strongly condemned. At the same time, lesbianism's roots in existing patriarchal discrimination, sexual repression, violence, and injustice should be understood, and violence against lesbians should be condemned. On the whole, a democratic culture should be encouraged with equality of sexes at its core. Fight against double standards of sexual morality should lead to worthy man-woman relations which are based on mutual respect, concern, and love, and not bartered or immersed in hypocrisy. It is the task of the revolutionary women's movement to take forward this fight in the right direction. Part 4. Politics. Chapter 6. Violence on women. Violence on women is a characteristic of all class societies. Family, society, and state perpetrate violence on women, and this is primarily mediated through men. Women cannot be kept in a state of subjugation and exploitation without the use of violence. To oppress women, i.e., one half of the population, the family, a microcosm of society, is an important instrument. When domestic violence gets sanctioned and is justified, it is easier for the state to justify violence outside the home as well. Class society has constructed an ideological framework to justify and sanction violence against women. The courts, laws, the state machinery, religion, family, caste system, media, education, the arts, and even literature, all these superstructural components justify violence on women. Inside the family, violence against the girl child begins even before it is born. Practice of aborting the female fetus is on the increase, thanks to the facility of modern science. Even after she is born, female infanticide is committed in various ways. All this is going on such a scale that it has affected the demographic pattern in the past decades. Almost every male member in a family has authority over the female members of the household. This authority leads to violence on women. The discrimination practiced against the girl child is an important form of oppression and violence. Within the family, beating, verbal abuse, forced incest, sexual harassment, including rape, is being commonly perpetrated by the male members of the family against women. Female genital mutilation is also being carried out in some communities, and there is no limit to the power the husband wields on his wife. He can beat her, mutilate her, or do anything he wishes, including kill her for the most whimsical of reasons. Internalization of patriarchal values among women has caused them to even believe that they cannot oppose this violence. The toiling men don't recognize the oppression of women, and it blurs their vision of exploitation and liberation. It thereby aids the ruling classes in keeping the toiling masses divided. With the institution of marriage in India increasingly turning into a commercial transaction, a means of acquiring wealth, patriarchy has discovered the crudest form of violence: dowry deaths, or bride burning. This is a unique example of the dovetailing of feudal and bourgeois patriarchy to devalue the life of women so much that they can be killed for not bringing enough wealth. In society outside the home, the community too wields total authority over women through the family. Women who wish to challenge tradition and lead their lives differently, who wish to work, to choose their life partners themselves, especially intercaste or interreligious, who wish to remarry, partake in social or political activities, face all kinds of violence, including maiming and killing from the elders of the clan, caste, community. Another form in which familial and social violence is manifest, though in a more subtle form, is mental and physical harassment of the girl child and wives that lead them to commit suicide. These are nothing but murders by the feudal patriarchal system that provides no dignity or security to women in distress. Rape, sexual assault on women, is in essence a form of political violence on women. It is the exercise of male power over women. It keeps women under constant fear of attack. The stigma attached to rape is an even bigger psychological violence against her. Earlier, marital rape was not counted as rape, but with the growing struggle of women and rising consciousness, rape within marriage is now recognized. The underlying motivation for rape lies in the patriarchal view that women are objects of sex and meant for gratifying the sexual desires of men. On the other side of the coin, this patriarchal concept also does not recognize the right of women over their own sexuality. In our country, men of the dominating castes have also used rape as an instrument of oppression of women of the oppressed castes. Communalism has grown to be a menace since the time of colonialism. During communal riots, minority women have been specifically targeted for sexual attacks. Such attacks and rapes are acts that demonstrate the achievement of the men of the aggressor community in insulting the men of the caste, religious group attacked, as women, after all, are their property, and the rape of women is viewed as a violation of their property. Recently, Christian women, too, have become victims of Hindu communal rapists. Imperialists are using third world women as guinea pigs for testing their anti-fertility drugs and gadgets. This is causing enormous physical harm and mental agony to these women. Imperialist cultural onslaught continues, depicting women as objects of sexual gratification, and pornography is directly encouraging violence against women. Violence against women at their place of work by those in authority and male colleagues is much more common than generally supposed. The power exercised by landlords over their women agricultural laborers, the sexual harassment faced by women laborers at the hands of contractors, sexual attacks faced by domestic workers by male members of the families they work for, direct and subtle harassment faced by women working in educational institutions, offices, factories from their supervisors and bosses are widespread, but most often unreported and unchallenged. Economic and social insecurity, fear of social stigma, fear of losing the job, often forces women to suffer the harassment in silence, causing immense guilt and mental agony as well. But the most dangerous of all these kinds of violence is state violence, the state being the most organized instrument of violence, which is controlled by and serves the ruling classes. The violence of the state, which is patriarchal, is political and fascist in character. When it targets women, it does so in a patriarchal and gender-specific way. In the course of suppressing political movements, the police and armed forces pick on women, abuse, humiliate, and assault them with the specific aim of breaking the resistance. The state bureaucracy also deliberately turns a blind eye to this. It should be remembered that not only do the arms of the state directly perpetrate violence on women, but that the state is the authority which sanctions the violence on women in the family, society, and workplace. It protects the male members of the family, the caste, and the Hindu fascists who commit violence against women. Our women's movement should expose the fact that the state is behind the various kinds of violence against women, either directly or indirectly. Hence, while taking up all cases of violence against women, we should also expose the patriarchal bias of the state and its machinery, and that violence on women cannot end as long as this oppressive state exists. Chapter 7. The Political Struggle Against Patriarchy. One of the characteristic features of patriarchy, more so of feudal patriarchy than of the capitalist variety, is to keep women out of social life. But how has this banishment been achieved? This is because patriarchy is above all a political relation too. It needed power to break up the mother right of the Gentile society. And once that was smashed, it needed the exercise of political power to put the woman in her place. The ruling classes of society exercise this power of patriarchy, but in bringing it into operation, they take the assistance of male toilers. Without the fringe patriarchal privileges that men of the broad masses derive within the family for the massages of their male ego, it would become impossible for the ruling classes to reap the benefits of patriarchy. Hence, patriarchy is also political, since the ruling classes, on account of it, deprive women of the power to determine their lives. The struggle against patriarchy for women's emancipation is therefore also a political struggle. But following the development of capitalism and the growing participation of women in social production, there was a commensurate increase in the numbers of women that participated in the general social life. However, all these women who have come into social life are regularly harassed by patriarchy. Moreover, the reform that capitalism has conceded has been basically to a rising section of petty bourgeois or elite women, quite a few of whom are absorbed not only as spokespersons for the exploitation of capitalism, but also grow consciously silent about the patriarchal oppression of working-class and peasant women. In the 18th and 19th centuries, the reform movement in India took up women's issues and tried to bring some reforms with the help of the British administration. This led to an increase in women's education, their participation in social life. In the beginning of the 20th century, they began taking part in the political sphere too in big numbers. They were active in the political parties and participated in activities of the national revolutionaries of that period and in the Azad Hind Fauj of Subhash Chandra Bose. They were in the forefront in all the struggles taken up as part of the anti-British movement. Under the influence of the suffragette movement in the West, some upper-class women even gave petitions demanding voting rights. But neither during the anti-colonial movement nor after the transfer of power in August 1947 was the political struggle against patriarchy on the agenda of the main bourgeois parties, which played the major role in the political arena. Though an effort was made by the communist women in the CPI to take up the fight against patriarchy, the party had no proper perspective on the question. As the party turned revisionist, the political struggle against patriarchy was also further pushed to the back seat. Meanwhile, with the growth of the women's movement and the rising consciousness of women against patriarchy, the bourgeois parties have also been forced to take up struggle against certain aspects of patriarchy, albeit nominally. Since these are the very parties that use patriarchy for their survival, their efforts are half-hearted. And their recent panacea for women's problems is empowerment of women. By making them part of the electoral process, by getting them elected to some seats, they say women are empowered. Though the ruling classes desperately have the need to keep the people in illusion about the parliamentary system, still there is so much patriarchy in them, apart from other reasons, that they are not even allowing the 33-130% representation for women in politics bill to be passed. Even while exposing this patriarchal attitude, our main focus should be on exposing the sham of empowerment of women within this system. Real empowerment is not possible without control over means of production. It requires a revolution from the village level to achieve this. By becoming part of revolutionary councils from the village level onwards, women empower themselves in the real sense. The political struggle against patriarchy will not be possible without women being in the forefront in the political sphere. Their participation in politics becomes a precondition and a guarantee for the political struggle against patriarchy. So it follows that we strive for 50% representation of women in all mass organizations and at all levels of administration. Even though some autonomous women's groups and some individuals are also talking of struggle against patriarchy, since they do not see the struggle against patriarchy as a struggle against this system also, all their efforts will only bring about some reforms in this system, but will not eliminate patriarchy altogether. Since patriarchy is embedded in the base and the superstructure, the political struggle against patriarchy encompasses both these spheres. Experiences the world over, and especially in the countries where revolutions were successful, have shown that the success of the revolution, or the revolutionary changes brought about in the Constitution, or the laws do not automatically put an end to patriarchy. Actually, it is a continuous fight, which has to be fought prior to the revolution and after the revolution's success also. Though revolutionary men also take part in this fight, it is the women of the revolutionary classes who should be and naturally will be in the forefront of this fight. The proletarian party alone can lead this struggle to the end. In the NDR phase and during the socialist construction period, the fight against patriarchy continues as an integral part of the process of social changes that take place. The advent of communism, abolition of private property, and elimination of all ideology stemming from it will put an end to this political struggle against patriarchy. Thus, there is a line of demarcation that has to be drawn while fighting patriarchy in the political realm. This is the dividing line between bourgeois reformism and proletarian radicalism in the women's movement. The question of a proletarian and bourgeois orientation is vital to the women's movement because it is the question of the complete overthrow of patriarchy as a social institution or its continuation on a reformed basis that is called into question. Chapter 7. Main political currents in the women's movement. Bourgeois feminism. The perception of the women's question from the bourgeois ideological viewpoint is bourgeois feminism. Historically, bourgeois feminism came into existence with the rise of the bourgeoisie. Starting from Rousseau of France and Mary Wollstonecraft of Britain in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, bourgeois feminism began to come of its own. Later, liberal political philosophers such as J.S. Mill took well-argued feminist positions. Responding to the struggles that women took up, one section of the liberal intelligentsia began to speak and theorize on behalf of women. Composed of a good number of women liberals, these feminists began to write on women's oppression. The major issue of struggle that bourgeois feminists related to in the initial period was the women's suffrage movement that took place in Europe and America in the early decades of the 20th century. Socialist feminism. By the 1960s, one section of women intellectuals who came under the influence of Marxism ideologically distinguished themselves from the liberal bourgeois feminists and took on the name socialist feminists. However, it is only a small section of these socialist feminists who applied Marxism consistently. The major section adopted a non-proletarian ideological viewpoint on the women's question. Therefore, despite the socialist label, they need to be broadly classed with the bourgeois feminists. There have been 4 major contributions that socialist feminism has made to the understanding of the women's question. Firstly, the question of domestic labor was brought into sharp focus, and Marxist principles of political economy were applied in its study. The role of women in domestic work and the relationship between the reproduction of the capitalist mode of production and the reproduction of labor power, and therein the vital role of women in this, was theoretically summed up. This not only strengthened Marx's labor theory of value, but also correctly located the role of women's domestic labor in the capitalist mode of production. Secondly, women's involvement in social production was brought up for scrutiny, and it was observed that while capitalism drew women into social production on a large scale, it simultaneously created a division of labor between male and female workers. Thus, it was proved that capitalism retained a sexual division of labor in social production, and this division was utilized to depress the wages of women below that of the male wage. This was yet another demonstration of the institutionalization of patriarchy in a capitalist economy. This analysis is significant since it exposes capitalist patriarchy in the sphere of social production. It provides a framework not just to study capitalism, but also to investigate the continuation of these capitalist patriarchal relations in the sphere of social production in the socialist economies. Thirdly, drawing from Engels' contributions, socialist feminism further developed the concept of patriarchy. Patriarchy was analyzed not merely as a form of oppression, but as a full-fledged social institution. Applying Marxist methodology, it was clearly defined as an institution, which operated in the base as well as the superstructure. This integral understanding has assisted the focusing of patriarchy as one of the targets of social revolution in concrete and tangible terms. Fourth, the patriarchal features of the state have also been clarified. These positive contributions need to be taken into account. But socialist feminism also has its bourgeois origins and perception. These are a negative influence and must be combated for the success of women's emancipation. Now, let us look at some of the general trends of bourgeois feminism. Gender sectarianism, or gender exclusivism, is the main underlying aspect that is to be found in bourgeois feminism. It might be manifested in the following ways. 1. Seeing women's oppression in isolation from the social system. The relationship between class oppression and the rise of patriarchy as an institution is lost sight of. Such a perception inevitably leads to reformism. 2. Seeing men as the targets of women, since men generally bear patriarchal prejudices against women and enjoy some of the privileges of female domestic labor, men are seen as the cause and reason for women's oppression. Instead of fighting patriarchy as a social institution which serves the ruling classes, this perception encourages the fight against men of the toiling classes. 3. Anti-patriarchal struggle is emphasized while class struggle is either negated or de-emphasized. 4. Women are seen as one block, class divisions and class. Contradictions among the different classes of women, and particularly that between women of the toiling classes and those of the ruling classes, are glossed over. The problems of petty bourgeois and women of elite sections are exclusively projected in the name of a general women's movement. 5. A good number of socialist feminists, including bourgeois feminists, constantly demand the women's movement to preserve its autonomy and independence from the organizational influence of the Communist Party. Thereby, it seeks to secure the influence of the bourgeoisie instead of that of the proletariat over the women's movement. Apart from this basically exclusivist trend, bourgeois feminism has certain other general features. It has reformism at its heart. This is counterposed to revolution. Quite often, it confines itself to merely addressing superstructural aspects, rather than locating women's oppression in the base also. Further, feminism also attempts to personalize the women's question, reducing her interests to that of her domestic world and the priorities that arise from it. There are many other specific expressions and arguments placed by bourgeois feminism. The ideological debates with these different schools of bourgeois feminism is important for the sharpening and development of a comprehensive Marxist theoretical view of patriarchy and women's emancipation. Socialist stream in international women's movement. Even as the development of capitalism led to the rise of the bourgeois women's movement, especially the movement demanding the right to vote, another stream was developing simultaneously in Europe among the working-class women. Socialist men and women began organizing a working-class women's movement in the end 19th century and beginning of 20th century, of whom the most prominent were Clara Zetkin, Rosa Luxemburg, Alexandra Kollontai, Inessa Armand, Krupskaya, and others. They were the theoreticians and the leaders of this movement. They even held an international conference of socialist women. Friedrich Engels and August Bebel wrote books on women's emancipation with a Marxist view which served as a guideline for this movement. They were part of the revolutionary movements of their respective countries. Though they supported all the bourgeois democratic demands of the feminists, like the right to vote, they were for universal suffrage. Criticizing the bourgeois feminists' bias against black women and poor women, they also put forward the demands of the working-class women like 8-hour working day, facilities at the workplace, etc. They organized huge rallies, demonstrations, and strikes, and won many demands. They also had to fight for the right to participate in all the struggles with their class brethren. The proletarian men who were at first reluctant to join them or had to give in the face of their determination. While the bourgeois women's movement represented only the interests of the white, upper-class women, the socialist women's movement very clearly demarcated itself from it and represented all that was democratic, and served the interests of the majority of the toiling women. The stream of socialist women's movement continued in all the countries where communist parties organized women in the struggle against patriarchy and in the overall struggle against the exploiting system. In Russia, China, Vietnam, and Korea, women played a prominent role in the pre-revolutionary movement and in the party and in the army. Even today, in all the Third World countries waging armed struggle, the legacy of the socialist women of the 19th century is being carried forward. Our women's movement is also part of this legacy. Chapter 9. Principal Trends in the Women's Movement in India. Social Reform Movement. In India, the liberal bourgeois trend was manifested in the early social reform movement led by Raja Ram Mohan Roy, Vidyasagar, Veerashalingam, and others belonging almost exclusively to Brahmin castes. It was confined to legalist constitutional methods. It appealed to the British colonialists to change the legislation, thus reforming the position of women. It was directed mainly against feudal practices such as sati, child marriages, and campaigned for widow remarriages, education for women, etc. These reforms were aimed mainly at improving the status of upper-class women. In the last 2 decades of the 19th century, a new trend of equating nationalism with Hindu revivalism made its appearance in the social reform movement. It was represented by Dayanand Saraswati, Vivekananda, Ramakrishna Mission, and Annie Besant's Hindu Association to some extent. They supported remarriages of child widows, but opposed those of adult women, encouraged education of women, but stated that this was meant to mold women into good housewives. The participation of women in the anti-British struggle, working-class movements, anti-caste, and other socio-political movements increased significantly since the 1920s. The All India Women's Association, formed in 1927 under the leadership of liberal women reformers belonging to upper caste and upper-class sections, represented a liberal feminist trend. The activities were confined to hall meetings and passing resolutions for the betterment of women. They did not attempt to mobilize the women of the lower classes and the religious minorities. It was the anti-caste movements led by liberal bourgeois reformers like Jyotiba Phule, Ramaswamy Naicker, Periyar, and Ambedkar, which mobilized the masses belonging to the toiling classes and castes. They opposed the caste structure, Brahmanism and patriarchy, supported the equality of the sexes, and nurtured a democratic ideology. However, they did not see the roots for women's oppression in the feudal socio-economic system, but in Hindu religion and culture. Contemporary trends. The contemporary women's movement took shape in the historic revolutionary struggles of the late 1960s and early 1970s. The heroic Naxalbari upsurge enthused and rallied vast masses of women along with students and youth. Women began to participate in a big way in political movements. The women's liberation movement in the West also exerted its influence on urban women in India. The broad-based democratic movement after the emergency also witnessed the broadening of the social base of women's movement. Some autonomous women's organizations sprang up in several states, and an All-India conference was held in 1980. These women's organizations focused mainly on the women's oppression in the family, along with some issues of discrimination and atrocities on women. The success of some women's organizations led to a renewed interest among the political parties to revive their women's organizations or establish new ones. The state succeeded in co-opting the leadership of these autonomous women's organizations through measures such as forming a women's commission by including feminist leaders, providing funds to these women's organizations and for women's studies, introducing new laws or amending the laws concerning women's issues, etc. We can broadly classify the main political currents in the women's movement in India into 3. 1. The reactionary trend. 2. The reformist trend. 3. The revolutionary trend. All those women's organizations and bodies which ruling class parties have formed, from the RSS to Congress, may be brought under the first category. Imperialist-sponsored non-governmental organizations, NGOs, must also be included in this trend. While there are differences between the various forces and their women's organizations, and one can possibly have contradictions with the other within this category, they have one common feature, and that is they are either sponsored by the ruling classes or they seek to serve the ruling classes by organizing women. This is the underlying political feature, which is common to all the women's bodies in this trend. The most reactionary trend is the one led by the RSS, BJP combine, which are trying to mobilize women Sewikas in large numbers in the name of Hindu nationalism. The newly formed Durga Vahinis are meant for protecting the interests of Hinduism and for perpetuating patriarchy. Democratic women's movement cannot be strengthened without a consistent and uncompromising fight against this Hindu communal trend. The reformist trend is basically composed of the bourgeois feminist organizations that fight patriarchy and women's organizations linked to the national liberation struggle and revisionist women's organizations. They do not generally entertain funding from imperialist agencies or the state. The first is composed generally of women professionals. It also has a good number of bourgeois feminists and socialist feminists. It has votaries of an autonomous women's movement. The social base of this segment of the reformist trend is essentially petty bourgeois. But this segment of the reformist trend works in small groups and does not have any mass-based women's movement under its leadership. The second segment that constitutes this trend has been able to mobilize women masses in political struggles, and they are generally tied politically and organizationally to the national liberation movements that are today waging armed struggle against the Indian state. The perception and emphasis of this section in the women's movement is to fight for national liberation and to arouse women for this task. They either do not perceive patriarchy, or if they do, then they tend not to emphasize it. The third, the revisionist women's organizations, represent a trend that is a deviant from bourgeois feminism, but is the same in essence. The revisionist party's understanding of the women's question is basically mechanistic and economy deterministic. The following inadequacies may be listed in revisionist perceptions of the women's question. Like a few bourgeois feminists, revisionists too see patriarchy as a system that operates only in the superstructure and not the base. Thus, the economic foundations of patriarchy are negated, and the entire question is reduced to one of cultural struggle against patriarchy. The chief thrust of revisionist analysis and practice is to reduce the women's movement into a constitutional reformist movement. There is the tendency to mechanistically counterpoise the struggle against patriarchy with class struggle, and quite often, in the name of interest of the class struggle, the struggle against patriarchy is undermined. Due to their line of parliamentarism, the mobilization of women is subordinated to their overall aim of increasing their vote bank, and hence they limit struggles to constitutional reforms and strictly legal bounds. Since the revisionist parties serve the ruling classes, their mass organizations, in spite of their advocacy of reformist programs, should be distinguished from other reformist organizations. While we ally with the women's organizations belonging to the reformist trend on common issues faced by women, we should be more selective and cautious in going for united activity with the women's organizations belonging to the revisionist parties. All these segments in the reformist trend, though, have different perceptions, can only reform the status of women but not radically transform it, and none of them target the social system that nurtures patriarchy. The third trend, called the revolutionary trend, has Marxism as its guiding ideology and perceives not only the ruling classes of the social system as its enemy, but holds that patriarchy is built into the system in the service of the ruling classes. This trend therefore fights against patriarchy by mobilizing the broad masses of women, composed in the main of working class and peasant women, as part of its fight against the ruling classes, and fights against the ruling classes as part of its fight against patriarchy. It does not see a contradiction between the two and places emphasis on both aspects. Even while conducting ideological struggle, we should also strive to initiate issue-based joint activity with the reformist women's organizations and the women's organizations belonging to the revisionist parties that advocate a reformist program. Chapter 10. The New Democratic Women's Movement. The targets of the Indian New Democratic Revolution, the big landlords, the comprador bureaucratic bourgeoisie and imperialism, are also the perpetrators of patriarchal oppression on Indian women. Hence, struggle against these classes, and their state also encompasses the women's liberation struggle against patriarchy. There is a continuous and lively dialectical relationship between the two. One cannot be conceived without the other. The struggle for NDR opens new vistas for women's emancipation from patriarchy, and the struggle against patriarchy energizes the NDR. The NDR, harbinger of liberation for the Indian masses, is the sure road to women's emancipation. But who should lead the women's liberation struggle? The class that leads the NDR, the proletariat, must lead the women's movement through its party, the Communist Party. Women workers are the most revolutionary section among the women masses of India. They are involved in social production and earn a wage, which broadens their consciousness and gives them a measure of independence within the family and society. Given their advanced consciousness as workers, they easily unite and feel the need for a revolutionary women's organization. Women landless laborers and poor peasant women come next. They are the closest and trustworthy allies of the proletariat, and together are the most numerous and most revolutionary classes in the village. The severity of patriarchal oppression on the one hand, and their own capacity for self-assertion and resistance, makes them the most eager adherents to the call for women's emancipation. The service, artisan, and middle peasant classes of the village respond favorably to the women's movement. They partake in agricultural or physically productive labor, and thus are reliable allies in the anti-feudal, anti-patriarchal struggle in the village. In the towns and cities, women who are not by themselves workers but belong to the working-class families naturally all share the difficult life of the male workers. These women are the first to express solidarity with the proletariat's struggles, and are the ones that follow women workers in struggle against patriarchy. The female student community constitutes the militant wing of the female intelligentsia. Their numbers are growing each day, and they aspire to break away from patriarchal bondage and lead an independent life. If molded properly in revolutionary ideology, they can serve as a good source of cadre force for the revolutionary women's movement. Middle-class women, due to social exposure and their role in social production, tend to display a positive approach to the women's movement. They numerically dominate in those positions comprising the lower strata of middle-class employees, such as Anganwadi instructors, school teachers, etc., and have the potential to come out as active participants in the revolutionary women's movement. The upper section of middle-class women employees and professionals is prone to the influence of bourgeois feminism. They provide the social basis for the growth of bourgeois feminism and supply its more articulate representatives. Despite their ideological differences with the revolutionary women's movement, there is a bright scope in the long run for building a united front with them. There is a growing section of women entrepreneurs in the bigger cities. They always like to bask in their glory and are the best living epitomization of bourgeois feminism, they being bourgeois and feminist at once. One section of them belongs to the national bourgeois class. Although they exploit female or male workers, these entrepreneurs can play a revolutionary role now and then. Women of the rich peasantry, and women who depend on urban middle-class men, and men of the national bourgeoisie class do not partake in any form of social production. They are confined to the family. Although these women belong to the revolutionary classes and thus support the NDR, they tend to internalize patriarchal values to a great extent. The Hindu communalists rely on them for spreading their reactionary notions of motherhood and Sita-like pious wifehood. Such women are victims of patriarchal domination within the family, and more so if they belong to upper caste Hindu or conservative Muslim families. Hence, this section can, even without being an active participant, extend its strong sympathies and be receptive to the propaganda of the revolutionary women's movement. Another section of oppressed women in India is the growing number of prostitutes who are the worst victims of imperialist onslaught on women. They despise this society and its double standards and are desperate to get out of that kind of life. So they will also support the New Democratic Revolution, which promises to put an end to prostitution and ensures them a dignified way of life. In some revolutionary movements, they played a very heroic role. Though organizing them is not that easy and may not be possible immediately, the revolutionary women's movement should strive to work among them with proper demands and slogans. Women of the landlord and comprador classes face some patriarchal restrictions, but as members of the ruling classes, they survive only through feudal and imperialist exploitation and oppression of India's toiling masses. They are the repository of internalization of extreme patriarchal attitudes and have a parasitic character. They support every act of repression on the revolutionary masses. They are the enemies of the Indian NDR. Some bourgeois feminists only see the feminine constituency, but not the class character of such women. The motive forces of the Indian NDR are the proletariat, the peasantry, the petty bourgeoisie, and the national bourgeoisie. The revolutionary women's movement will be led by the proletariat, the women's section of which will be in the forefront of the revolutionary women's movement. The landless and poor peasant and tribal women will be its most enthusiastic and most numerous participants. Women belonging to working-class households, the female student community, women professionals and middle peasant women will be its reliable participants. Housewives of the upper stratum of middle classes, rich peasant women, and women entrepreneurs of the national bourgeoisie will play a passive yet supportive role, and one section from among them will be active participants in the revolution, and one section will vacillate. The women's liberation movement is an important stream of the NDR. It strengthens the NDR and is in turn strengthened by it. The NDR spreads by the formation of innumerable guerrilla zones and establishment of bases. In other words, by the deepening of class struggle, scope is opened up for the deepening of the anti-patriarchal struggle too. Similarly, the deepening of the anti-patriarchal women's movement deepens the advance of the class struggle too. In the protracted process of NDR, care must be taken to advance appropriate slogans at each stage, twist or turn in the movement concerning the general political, economic, and cultural spheres, and for the anti-patriarchal political, economic, and cultural realms. It is only by doing so that the enthusiasm of women in waging class struggle is kept in line with their enthusiasm for fighting patriarchy and emancipating themselves even as women. What will the NDR fetch women? How will it lead them towards emancipation? Land to the tiller is a cardinal slogan of the NDR. Since women are an indispensable part of the agricultural labor force, they will receive half of all the land that is seized and distributed by the revolution. Thus, peasant women, who were denied any rights over property, will at last get their share of land. This will not only smash feudalism, but also one of the glaring aspects of feudal patriarchy. Women will be ensured equal wages for equal work. This slogan will destroy one of the major pillars of the semi-feudal, semi-colonial patriarchal economy. Women workers and landless and poor peasant women involved in social production will be able to resolve a major stumbling block of patriarchy in the economy. We have seen that the semi-feudal economy strangulates and obstructs the participation of women in social production. The destruction of feudalism will open up wide scope for women to participate in agricultural activity in the form of mutual aid teams. The development of new rural and urban industries as a result of the release of productive forces will be able to draw in women on a large scale into social production. In social production itself, women will be ensured at least 50% of all jobs, and thus the rapid transformation of women's economic life will be guaranteed. Domestic work in the cities will be increasingly brought under the scope of cooperatives, and in villages, mutual aid for domestic work will initiate the process of its transformation into the public sphere of the economy from the private domestic sphere. These would then be some of the more important economic changes in relation to women. In the cultural sphere, a new and democratic code of marriage by free choice and freer divorce procedures will be legislated and implemented. The practice of dowry will be abolished. Violence on women within the house or in public will be dealt with seriously. The emphasis will be to overcome patriarchal subordination within the family and democratize it. Prostitution will be abolished and former prostitutes economically and socially rehabilitated. Primary education will be made compulsory for all children. One that upholds gender equality will replace patriarchally biased syllabi. Unskilled women entering social production will be given training to acquire skills so as to lessen the gap between male and female work on the basis of skill. The new democratic state will take up the task of meeting the medical expenses of people. Prenatal and postnatal care will be ensured by the commencement of rural hospitals. Women will get paid leave during this period. Women will be drawn into the political mainstream, ensuring their equal participation in the exercise of political power jointly with men on a social scale for the first time in history. It is good to remind ourselves of what Lenin wrote in his Letters from Afar.
If we do not draw women into public activity, into the militia, into political life, if we do not tear women away from the deadening atmosphere of household and kitchen, then it is impossible to secure real freedom. It is impossible even to build democracy, let alone socialism.
These would then be some of the more important economic, cultural, and political changes which the NDR will ensure women. Achieving the above-mentioned changes, however, is an arduous process. Resistance to these changes will be strong not only from the reactionary feudal and bourgeois classes, but also from a section of the exploited masses who are under the cultural influence of the above classes. Hence, along with the class struggle in the economic sphere, cultural revolutions become indispensable for transforming the old, deep-rooted ideas, customs, habits, and culture. One must, while looking at these phenomenal changes, not forget that the NDR will not altogether eliminate patriarchy. It will be successful in more or less destroying feudal patriarchy. But the capitalist variety will continue to contend with the rising aspects of women's socialist equality. Just as the NDR paves the way for the transformation of society to socialism, similarly, we may say that the NDR, by attacking patriarchy and eliminating most of its feudal manifestations and certain capitalist manifestations, will lay the basis and open the road for the emancipation of women. Those who fail to see this process, that is, the relationship between NDR and socialism, and consequently the relationship between laying the foundations for women's emancipation and achieving complete emancipation, tend to fall into deviations in comprehending the women's question. There is a mutually supportive relationship between the class struggle for NDR and the anti-patriarchal New Democratic Women's Emancipatory Struggle. One strengthens the other. However, a contradiction can always emerge as a result of wrong handling. If class struggle is undertaken without providing the fullest scope for an attack on patriarchy, which is a mechanistic or a male viewpoint, or when the anti-patriarchal struggle is pushed beyond the point where it affects the unity of the men and women of the revolutionary classes, which is a one-sided and feminist viewpoint, thereby upsetting the further progress of the class struggle, a mutually contradictory situation can arise. Both these deviations must be avoided. When a communist party is rectifying the first type of mistake and opening up the attack against patriarchy as part of the progress of the class struggle, care must be taken to see that the movement does not land up in the embrace of the second deviation and vice versa. The revolutionary women's movement may address itself to the following long-term and short-term demands. Immediate tasks on which to rally women as part of the NDR. 1. An equal share with men in all feudal property distributed to the poor. Peasantry as part of the ongoing democratic agrarian revolutionary struggle. 2. An equal share for women of all the progressive classes in all, inherited or earned property. 3. Equal pay for equal work. 4. End to all imperialist capitalist-inspired sexist propaganda and abolition of prostitution and the entire sex industry. 5. End to all violence by the patriarchs and the state on women, severe. Actions against all these outrages. 6. Ban dowry. Fight to end arranged, traditional, and extravagant marriages. Demand for free choice in marriages, simple marriages, and encouragement for intercaste and marriages. 7. Adequate job reservation for women in state and central governments. 8. Free and compulsory education for all women. Coeducation. Against. All feudalist, communalist, and imperialist distortions which discriminate against women in the realm of education. 9. Strict action, as the case may warrant, against amniocentesis female. Infanticide, anti-women birth control measures, discrimination among children based on sex. 10. Against portrayal of women in religion. Against communalism, against the Manudharma Shastra, against personal laws which discriminate against women. 11. Against all media distortions of women. 12. Campaign against anti-woman customs among tribal and other minority groups. 13. Comprehensive healthcare facilities and services for women, ban on all anti-woman birth control techniques. Long-term post-revolutionary tasks. The tasks of our party after the NDR should include 1. Full participation of women in social production, i.e., altering the relations between sexes in social production. 2. Socialization of domestic work. 3. Sharing of domestic work by men, that is, transforming the relations between the sexes in the realm of domestic work. 4. Political participation and the joint exercise of political power by women. 5. Collectivization of all private property and a fight for the abolition of the patriarchal family system, establishing socialist man-woman relationship. 6. Abolition of privatized home-based industry and the entire system of wage labor to replace it with socialized production and ownership. 7. Express solidarity with women and struggling people all over the world. Chapter 11. The Socialist Women's Movement. The transition from NDR to socialism opens up prospects for the elimination of patriarchy. Mao Zedong said,
Genuine equality between the sexes can only be realized in the process of the socialist transformation of society as a whole.
However, even this, it must not be forgotten, is a long process, in which proletarian women will have to play a key role by continuing to struggle against a few remnants of feudal patriarchy and against the immediate and more pervasive capitalist patriarchy. In the economic sphere, socialism opens the prospect of completely engaging in social production the till then hidden and unshackled workforce that labored within the four walls of the household. This will be an immediate and widely pervasive transformation in the lives of women. Speaking on March 8, 1918, Lenin drew the relationship between socialism and women's emancipation when he said,
The key principal step was the abolition of the private ownership of land, the factories and mills. This, and this alone, opens the way for the complete emancipation of women. Their emancipation from domestic slavery, by passing from petty, individual domestic economy to large-scale social economy.
Again, Lenin said on a different occasion,
The real emancipation of women, real communism, will begin only where and when an all-out struggle begins, led by the proletariat wielding the state power, against this petty housekeeping, or rather, when its wholesale transformation into a domestic labor, which was till then the burden of the woman, will be transformed so that it becomes a part of the public socialist economy. This will greatly reduce the burden that befell women. The remaining domestic work will have to be undertaken by persuading husbands to take an equal share in it as part of an educate, persuasive struggle campaign. Without the supportive role of the transformation of domestic work into the public sphere, any one-sided emphasis on drawing women into social production will only be a wrong way of doing things. It will overburden women and dampen their enthusiasm to participate in the struggle for socialism.
in the sphere of social production, the division between sexes will have to be eliminated by a conscious campaign of providing women with the training to shift from unskilled and semi-skilled to skilled jobs, which itself is related to the overall pace of the industrialization of the economy, and by breaking all male preserves in social production. Mao Zedong spoke of the contradiction between mental and manual labor in the period of socialism. It must be remembered that such contradictions will also be reflected along gender lines. A conscious policy of filling 50% of all jobs by women, a policy of protective reservation, can help achieve this task more speedily. In the feudal economy, the family is both a unit of production and consumption. In the new democratic economy, it gradually ceases to be a unit of production, while it continues to remain a unit of consumption. But in the socialist economy, with the socialization of production, the family unit 1. Loses all relations with social production. 2. Its role as a unit of consumption is gradually undermined. 3. The gradual decline of domestic work eliminates the sexual. Stamp on the remaining nominal domestic work that is performed as a result of husband-wife sharing of such work. 4. Under socialism, the family ceases to belong to the base and becomes an institution which is confined to the superstructure. In the political sphere, not only should the Communist Party be able to reflect these anti-patriarchal changes, but also it should prepare itself to carry forward the struggle to emancipate women. It is imperative, apart from other ideological questions, that at least half its members at all levels should be women. Further, women should be present in equal numbers in all decision-making bodies. Hence, political activity, a territory which women were hitherto forbidden to tread, would be made into a natural part of the female constituency. In the sphere of culture, with the spread of socialist values and the elimination of all patriarchal forms of subordination and male privileges, the unburdening of women's domestic labor, and the sharing of domestic work on an equal basis, the decline of arranged marriages to be replaced by marriages of free mutual choice. The relationship between husband and wife within the family will be put on a truly democratic basis, on a social scale, for the first time since the institution of monogamy came into existence. The presumption that the family will collapse as an institution with the arrival of the socialist stage, as is argued by a few feminists, is not borne out by facts. Instead, the family will have experienced drastic transformation. It will have retained its monogamous structure, but will have lost its patriarchic essence. It would have, in the process, acquired a democratic essence and achieved what Engels said was not just the reconciliation of man and woman, but would reflect
The highest form of such reconciliation?
since the time that monogamy made its appearance. Engels raised this question and answered it this way.
Having arisen from economic causes, will monogamy then disappear when these causes disappear? One might answer, not without reason, far from disappearing, it will, on the contrary, be realized completely. Monogamy, instead of collapsing, at last becomes a reality, also for men.
What shape will the family take under communism? Borrowing some wisdom from Engels, we must say, the less said about this, the better. Any speculation in this regard can only remain fanciful. Let us contain wild imagination. Let us put our faith in the communist men and women of the future, and let us believe that their institutions, including that of the family, will best reflect the interests of gender equality and communist morality. When further transformation takes place with regard to healthcare, media content, education, art and literature and culture, both male prejudices and the internalization of patriarchal views by women will lose their material basis in society. The final emancipation of women, with each passing day, will become more and more of a reality. At such a point of time, society would also have passed into the stage of communism. The struggle against patriarchy in the period of socialist transformation is more easily said than done. It will be possible only with the advancement of the class struggle in the base and in the superstructure. Just as the women's liberation movement relies on and contributes to the advance of class struggle in the period of the NDR, Similarly, it is the advancement of class struggle under socialism and the fight against the bourgeoisie in the sphere of ideas and the manifestation of bureaucracy in the sphere of production that will deepen, enrich, and strengthen the anti-patriarchal struggle. It must not be forgotten that apparent non-class aspects of society, such as gender discrimination, national discrimination, etc., have come up in society at particular historical junctures, not as an end in themselves, but to serve the rising classes of the particular historical epoch. Hence the Marxist assertion that nothing is above class in a society founded on class division. All social institutions in class-divided societies serve the interests of specific classes. Hence, the continuation of the bourgeoisie is directly related to the continuation of institutions, or the remnants of institutions such as patriarchy, national discrimination, etc., which prop up the bourgeoisie. Therefore, the continuation of patriarchal values in socialist society only demonstrates that the bourgeoisie is still alive. Hence, the elimination of patriarchy is closely linked with the elimination of the bourgeoisie. In the Soviet Union and China immediately after the success of the revolution, the socialist governments changed all the laws and constitutional provisions, which were anti-women. Women were given full opportunities to study, to work, to participate in politics, social life, and all other spheres. Soviet Union was the first country to provide the right to abortion. 5. In a span of about 30 years, the achievements of the socialist societies in the process of emancipation of women are unprecedented. Those who say that even the socialist societies have failed refuse to see these achievements. But all these were possible due to the class struggle. That went on between the bourgeois and socialist forces. Whenever the rightists, bourgeois, gained the upper hand, the agenda of women's liberation was also pushed to the back seat. For example, in China, Liu Shaoqi asked the women workers to go home. The logic was that there were no employment opportunities for all, so the women can serve their socialist husbands at home, whereby they can participate in socialist construction with renewed energy. In all the fields, rightists and male chauvinists in our movements and organizations have tried to blunt the women's movement and turn back the wheels of progress. Again, when the correct line was established in the party, the question of women's emancipation was brought into the agenda, and appropriate steps were taken to ensure it. All kinds of feudal remnants were fought against severely, and the women themselves led this struggle against patriarchy. It must be stated, however, that after the Soviet Union formally legalized abortion in 1920, it was again banned by law in 1936 under Stalin. This is even explicitly stated by Stalin in History of the CPSU, B, short course. After a lengthy period of pushback and preventable deaths caused by black market abortions, it was finally re-legalized in 1955, almost immediately following Stalin's death, and was the result of a long-term education and health campaign organized by women of the Soviet Union. The history of abortion rights in the Soviet Union unfortunately carries very regrettable characteristics, and while we uphold the legacy and contributions to socialist construction left by the USSR and comrades like Lenin, Stalin, Kalinin, Kollontai, and others, we must unflinchingly confront egregious errors, such as the abortion ban, and carry forward with communist struggle with these errors acknowledged and their lessons taken to heart. The restoration of capitalism is therefore also possible by its reliance on patriarchy on the one hand and feminism on the other. Equating socialist states with the restored capitalist states is not only politically incorrect, but also distorting the reality. Complete emancipation of women is possible only through the continuation of class struggle in socialism. The continuation of class struggle under socialism is a major contribution of Maoism. It is only with such an ideological weapon that the women masses can eliminate all forms of patriarchal restrictions and win their final emancipation. Cultural revolutions, in order to attack capitalist ideas in the superstructure and in order to advance socialist consolidation, demands of women that they launch continuous revolutionary struggles against all manifestations of patriarchy till the capitalist interests that it represents is conclusively and irrevocably eliminated, and women are finally emancipated. Hence, the period of socialism is not of mere economic transformation and construction. Such a view would be economism. Instead, it is a long and protracted period of cultural revolutions. Such cultural revolutions may either have an anti-patriarchal aspect as part of various other aspects targeting the bourgeoisie, or they may even at times be primarily anti-patriarchal. This depends on the specific aspects of the contradiction that a particular cultural revolution is expected to resolve at a particular historic juncture. Chapter 12. Our Party's Efforts in Building a Women's Movement. We have seen so far what constitutes the women's question. Let us now briefly turn our attention to our party's attempts in realizing these aspirations of the oppressed masses in areas where we have organized and led struggles and the principal shortcomings in our understanding and practice. The fire of Naxalbari, which spread across the country in the late 1960s and charted out the correct path for the Indian Revolution after several decades of revisionist practice in the Indian Communist movement, also inspired many women to join the struggle for the liberation of the Indian masses. The 7 women who were killed in Prasajote village were among the first martyrs of the Naxalbari struggle. Ever since its establishment in April 1969, our party has been striving consciously to bring women into the revolutionary movement. Several women comrades became martyrs in the course of fighting the feudal forces and the Indian state. Among them were immortal sisters such as Kams, Nirmala, Ankama, and Saraswati. By organizing the Adivasi peasants of Srikakulam and leading the guerrilla struggle against the enemy, they proved what proletarian women were capable of achieving. After the severe setback to the revolutionary movement in 1972, it was once again from the early 1980s that women began to participate in the movement in considerable numbers. And in the last 2 decades, hundreds of women comrades sacrificed their lives in Andhra Pradesh, Dandakaranya, Bihar, Jharkhand, Orissa, and elsewhere, while fighting alongside the male comrades under the leadership of our party. The lives of these comrades are filled with uncompromising and relentless struggle that demolishes the supposed invincibility of patriarchy. They stand as shining examples to all women and men, comrades in our party today, and to all those members who will join us in the years to come. Their lives prove how it is only communist women, imbued with Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, who can erase all differences of gender and achieve all that has been accomplished by men. In the mid-1980s, Dandakaranya witnessed the recruitment of tribal women into our squads as a result of their increasing mobilization in mass struggles which had been commenced since the beginning of the 1980s. Soon, our party formed the Krantikari Adivasi Mahila Sangh, KMS, which took up many struggles of the tribal women and also united with the Dandakaranya Adivasi Kisan Mazdoor Sangh, KMS, on general issues. The KMs hastened the recruitment of women to our squads, so much so that today nearly 1/4 of our squads in Dandakaranya are composed of women guerrilla fighters. However, in Telangana, where our movement is older, we have not built any organization for women in the initial stages, although women have been active in our mass struggles and were recruited in large numbers. This has surely hampered our political work and prevented the fuller development of our armed struggle. Now in AP-NT, AOB, we have a women's organization, Viplava Mahila Sangham, VMS. We have been able to build some urban women's organizations in some states, mobilize petty bourgeois and working-class women, and also do a lot of revolutionary propaganda among women. This created a good impact in these states, and many women were also recruited. We are, however, still seriously lagging behind in building women's organizations and women's movements in some states. We have to overcome this weakness at the earliest through conscious and consistent efforts. In Bihar, Jharkhand, We had failed to undertake a conscious and consistent effort to mobilize women in a big way with the revolutionary movement. Those women comrades who came with the party and the struggles could not be developed with party cadres and retained for long. Our failure to build up a powerful women's movement is mainly due to the lack of a comprehensive understanding on the women's question as a whole, and particularly due to our failure to recognize the importance of taking up the struggle against patriarchal oppression. Hence, even in our stronghold areas, we did not pay serious attention to issues related to patriarchal oppression such as dowry, sexual harassment, violence against women, etc. Anti-patriarchal struggle has been weak even in our own mass organizations and in the families of our local leaders. Thus, we have not been able to adequately relate the NDR to the anti-patriarchal and the class aspirations of the women. The demand for land to the tiller was not articulated on behalf of the landless women masses for a long time. Further, we have not fought for equal wages for women with men, although we had fought for a general hike in wages for men and women. We failed to educate the entire party that unless these class demands are clearly articulated, the full force of the women masses cannot be unleashed against feudalism and imperialism, and unless that is done, patriarchy also cannot be eliminated. Our failure to take up appropriate slogans on women's demands at the appropriate time had affected the movement in terms of recruitment of women cadres and democratization of family relations in the areas where our movement is strong. Besides spontaneity and subjectivism, this was also due to our lack of deep understanding regarding the women's question. We also could not identify the various manifestations of patriarchy in the society and the party in time, which hampered the advance of the movement. Educating the party cadres on the women's question is one of the important tasks before the party today. Classes concerning the women's question should not be confined to women alone. The women's question very much concerns men also. It is imperative that all comrades up to the level of organizers have a correct theoretical understanding of the women's question, after which it may be taken to lower levels. It would be good to combine this effort of education with self-critical reflection so that the remnants of whatever patriarchal views or prejudices that persist may be erased. Prior to the merger of CPI-ML, PW, and CPI-ML, PU, in August 1998, a circular was released by the then CC of the erstwhile PW in 1995, and a perspective paper on the women's question was circulated in the party. Classes were held on the women's question, and opinions and suggestions were collected from the party cadres. This approach paper is based on the earlier perspective paper and is further enriched by the new CC after the merger of the two parties. With the understanding contained in this approach paper, there can be no doubt that our party will overcome the shortcomings concerning our work among women and succeed in building a powerful women's movement. Our party, with its glorious fighting traditions laid down by thousands of martyrs, should strive to give leadership to the millions of oppressed women masses of India and lead them to liberate themselves from all forms of semi-feudal, imperialist, patriarchal oppression.